Morning, everyone. Can everybody hear me okay? Can everybody hear the music still? I had to switch it to my headphones. I had it coming through my speakers while I was running around getting set up. How is everyone doing? Awesome. Okay, cool. I need to get some commands set up for today. I had not done that yet. It was a very, very long evening. Princess is fine. She had heat rash. It was real bad. I needed to get her home, get her laid down in the cool air, get her some water, and get her calm. Because she was freaking out over all of these bumps that all of a sudden itched that she was picking at, so... But it's better than it being something contagious, right? Because they were very concerned it was either chickenpox or monkeypox or something like that. Like her vaccine hadn't worked for chickenpox. Something along those lines, which is why I had to cut and run yesterday. But she's fine. So I just needed to get her home. I needed to monitor, like, obviously the first thing I did, like, while I'm bringing her home, I'm taking pictures of her legs and texting Neuro. Do I need to take her to the hospital and potentially traumatize her? Or are we good? Because I think it's heat rash. He's like, give her a Benadryl and see how she, just in case it's allergic, and we'll see how she does in a couple hours. He's like, yeah, no, it's heat rash. Bless Neuro, he is such a good friend. So, yeah. But I need to get commands set up for today for Twin Goddess. I haven't done that yet because I'm Garbo. I was painting all night once I got home. We're going to talk a little bit about this bottle and how angry I am about this fucking bottle I started yesterday. And then what I ended up doing for the night. Hi, Tuck. Tuck, I love you. I miss you. So let me get commands set up. I just did not get everything done that I wanted to get done yesterday. My ass has been dragging all morning. I literally, like, I had to set my alarm for 8:30. I didn't hear Briar get up this morning, and he wakes me up literally every day. I didn't hear him get up. I didn't know what time it was till he was waking me up to kiss me goodbye and was like, I took care of the kid. I was that out of it this morning, and I went right back to sleep. I was asleep before they left the house. So, yeah. But I gotta get a new command set up for Twin Goddess, because obviously today we get to paint Scotty! I love her. You can see her down in the corner over there. She is bae. Also, I got a new phone case. Look how cute this is, y'all. Have you ever seen anything more on brand than this case, other than my rose gold sparkle one? So, yeah, I'm very excited. This one, it's blush. This one's blush pink, like a dark blush pink, and Tiffany blue. My other case was rose gold glitter. Like, no, that's not good. You lay down. Oh, where's my notebook? Where's my glitter notebook? That's weird. That's normally in that drawer, and I don't normally move that. Whatever, fuck it. But that one got paint. So my rose gold one got paint on it. And I couldn't get it off, left it. I was like, fuck it, I'll just order a new phone case. Remembered to get a new phone case. The paint flaked off of it yesterday. I ordered the phone case Saturday night. Because of course I did. So... if I get quiet, I'm sorry. I need to write a... oh my god, Seger, really? I need to write a command real quick for this. Yeah, no, hers is 100% just heat stroke. She just picked at them so they looked worse than they were. Rengram, welcome in. Thank you so much for your resub. I appreciate it. I hope you're doing well. All right, today we are working on the new model for Scotty. The Bard. Barian. Lead. Scotty the Barbarian, lead singer for Tainted Mithril. Also, I'm not sure who saw it yet, but yesterday on stream, Twin Goddess was working on the stage for them. On stream, was working on the wolf stage, and it was freaking gorgeous. It's so cool. Aw, well, that's awesome that you get to hang out. I appreciate it. I'm just trying to get the commands set up for today. Sorry if like I said, sorry if I get quiet. I tend to get quiet when I'm trying to think and write at the same time. I have taken my meds. I have not eaten. I will eat after stream. My stomach's a little weird today, so I don't want to risk upsetting it while I'm streaming. I gotta look up their Patreon so I have the right link. You would think I would have that on command, but I'm not subscribed to their Patreon on my account. We're subscribed at the merchant tier on Briar's account. You're welcome. Hi, Ender. Ender, I'm so excited that you got the little crochet kits. I hope you love them. Wow, I cannot type today. Jesus, I'm bad on a good day, but this is a mess. I have spelled like 6 words in a row wrong. All right, Sam, I appreciate you being here. Enjoy your lurk. Yay for vacation. All right. Confirm that. Let me move this over here. Let me post and make sure it's working. Come on, Streamlabs. Are any of my others? Well, one, I need to open my bot. That might be part of it. But I should need my bot open for CloudBot to work. Okay. There we go. It just took it a second to get there. All right, let me edit my stream info so that I have the command there for people to call as necessary. All right, look at that. I am a professional content creator. Good morning, everyone. All right. We are doing Tutorial Tuesday today. It's going to be a little bit different format than the last one because it's probably going to be longer than 30 minutes, so I'm not going to be able to squeeze it between ads. Which, by the way, I reduced the number of ads that I was running because we were losing viewers, like a lot of viewers. People don't want to sit through the ads. So yeah, but my ass is dragging a little bit this morning. It sucks. Let me turn on my down cam so I can show y'all kind of what I was working on yesterday, and then we're going to give people a few minutes to get in here. We're going to wait until the next run of ads go in about 10 minutes, and then we're going to get started on her underpainting for Tutorial Tuesday, and we'll go from there. So, let me turn my camera on. We're going to talk about how angry I am about this bottle. So, yesterday, I sat here with all of my underpainting and all of my zenithal primer, and I put 3 thin, perfect layers, making this, and I appreciate it, Crafting Sam. It's very much one of those things where I wish more people understood, like, we don't get a choice. Either we run the ads or Twitch runs them for us, and if we run them, we get paid. If Twitch runs them, we do not. I had them running at a minute 30 every 20 minutes to get me a couple extra minutes of ad revenue because I make decent money on ads because most of my community doesn't subscribe to me because I'm the Work and Lurk station, which is totally fine. I would rather people be here. Just having you here is, you know, a blessing in itself. But then, like, now people don't want to sit through the ads anymore. So I had to reduce the number of them that I'm running. So I did all this underpainting. It was looking really good. I did very, very thin coats of the light purple, and then I started bringing it up from the light purple to a bright pink to give it that fuchsia color, and you can kind of see it under here. And I let it dry for like 2 hours, and then I got my purple wash out to get that pink to tone back down to a purple fuchsia color. And keep in mind, I let it dry for like 2 hours plus, maybe even longer. The wash immediately soaked all the way through all of the paint and blended it all. So I spent 4 hours yesterday getting the perfect blend, only to have the wash be like, nah, you're going to paint this metallic because we don't like you. So I mixed a couple of Turbo Dorks and made it fuchsia metallic, where you can kind of quasi see the fade up under it. I'm going to go in with like my white metallic to put behind here, that instead of shadows, it's going to look like it's glowing behind it. I was violently angry yesterday afternoon. I almost threw this bottle across the room, and then I remembered how much this fucking bottle cost me for a Kickstarter that I was super unhappy with. So yeah, it got real messy. As you can see, it's worn off because my hands were on here for so long. So yeah. Hang on one second. It is. It's a really pretty pink, and it worked really well. The problem is it's not the color I wanted. I really wanted it fading from that dark purple to the bright, so it looked like there was something glowing inside the orb. So, you know, it's one of those, ugh. But, let me get Scotty out and set her aside real quick, because we're going to work on her in a minute. But I can show y'all, after I got angry at that. So what I did was I did a nice blend, Sam. Where I blended the colors so that it was a nice soft blend from a dark purple to a almost whitish pink, to make it look like the bottle was glowing. And then I put what's called a wash over the top of it, which will get into all the little cracks. And I wanted to tone it back to more purple than as pink as it got. And the wash had a weird reaction to the paint that I've never seen happen before, where it immediately soaked through all the paint and made all the paint blend together while I was putting it on. And washed all the work that I had to do basically away instead of doing its job. The purple wash just had a really weird reaction to the paint, and I don't know why. I'm going to have to... I'm wondering if it's possible that maybe one of the underlayers hadn't dried completely, because it was dry to the touch when I picked it up. Like, it didn't feel sticky at all, so I thought it was dry all the way through. I'm not sure. But I learned my lesson. But this is another mini that I am working on. This is Mandy's. Hey, Meridew. Oh, let me zoom back in on this. So here we go. So this is Mandy's mini that I am working on for her. It's not really a mini. It's going to be a statue. Yeah, I love the Tabaxi sculpt. I have lots of references for this piece that I'm working with. So this is just the base colors right now. All of these bows are going to be dark purple in a minute when I get to that. And then I need to start laying out some of the other colors. But this is the core colorway. All of this is going to get built up to almost like a dark teal blue green. But there's two, and I know it's a little hard to see because, where's my thing to turn my light on? I'm just going to turn my light on so I have some extra overhead so y'all can see this a little bit better. Hello? Ah, shit. Hang on one second. Hold, please. Where is my... Let me grab my headlamp. I'm just going to use that to light it because my lights aren't on and Ripley's laying right behind my chair. I can't get up, so... see if I can get this light on here so y'all can see. It's 2 different colors of blue. So she's 2 different shades of blue. It's a dark blue and a dark medium blue, and then dark brown leather for where all the leathers are. So what it's going to do is, as I do the dry brushing and stuff, I'm going to keep those 2 blues separate to have one be just a touch more blue and one be just a touch more green, to get a very close couple of teals together. I want it to be really, really subtle. And then all of the leathers are going to be dark, dark brown. And then all of the accents are going to be like a purple fuchsia color. And then I have a pattern that I need to use for a specific breed of cat. So this is another one that I am working on in the background. I really dug into the let me get the base colors going on this last night. I had gotten some work done getting colors mixed. I had to wait for some colors to get here because I purchased a few colors specifically for this mini because I didn't have a lot of stuff in that teal family. So, hey, Curious. But yeah, she's part of the Magical Girls line, same as Glix. Briar still needs to print me the base. I think I know where I'm going to go with the base for this too. I think the base is going to have a lot of those, is going to be a lot of the same colors, just in a slightly darker pattern. So there you go. So she's doing really well. But today is all about this lovely lady who is hard to see because it's black on black right now. But we are going to be doing her underpainting here in a minute. And we're going to get started with a dark gray, and we are going to work up to almost a white. And then we're going to let her dry. While she's drying, I will work on something else. Then we're going to do just a little bit of touch up with some washes. And then I got to let her dry for a few minutes while we paint. So before I get to really painting her, after I get the wash on her, I'm probably going to work on the bottle for a little bit. But I love her so much. I do know that the light is going to be coming this way on her, so that like the angle, so it's the brightest colors are going to be here, and then it'll fade down and out from there. Because anytime that you see this model with the other bandmates, she is standing off to her right, stage left, and she is just kind of chilling twisted this way. So I would think that the lights would be hitting her that way. And then I'm also, because of how I'm going to be doing the stage, I'm also going to put a really light up light, almost like directional lighting, that's going to have a little bit of yellow in it for the lights that are going to go around the base of the stage. So yeah, so we're going to be working on her underpainting. So let me pull up the Tutorial Tuesday screen, because we're going to be painting in this screen for this. And like I said, for Tutorial Tuesday, today is going to be a little bit different. I know the last time we did this, I tried to fit it in between ads, and I kind of just did it as a tutorial. But today is going to be kind of more of a learn with me, because I haven't done this dry brushing before. I've sprayed it. I've done the Zenithal priming, but I've never actually done the underpainting. Like, I understand the concept, and dry brushing is something I am really good at, but I've never done the actual underpainting this way. So that's what we're going to be working on today to get started. So I should have made like a little Learn With Me edition graphic, but I can put that over the video before I upload it to YouTube if I need to. I am just getting paper towels because I am dry brushing today. I'm going to need them. I'm going to need a bunch of them. And I am going to be sitting up and stretching and all of that stuff quite a bit today. My back is bothering me. So Saturday night, I fell out of my chair. We talked about this a little bit yesterday. While I was cleaning my office, I had moved kind of across the room. And I went to goblins sit and the dogs were fighting in my office. Well, play fighting, obviously. And they bumped my chair out from under me as I was sitting down. But I was sitting down in goblin position, so I had one leg up under me as I was sitting. And I went, instead of landing in the chair, my ass hit the edge of the chair and I went straight down. So I landed on my knee that was folded and my tailbone. And my chair hit me in the back of the head. So it wasn't pretty. It was hard to get up. My knee hurt really bad for a couple of days. But then what I did was, to prevent that from happening again, I tipped my chair back just a little bit so that if I hit the edge again, I would go backwards instead of forwards. And my back doesn't like sitting in that position. So I had to readjust my chair. So it should be better here in a day or two, but it's kind of on top of being incredibly tired from not sleeping all weekend. My back hurts. So I'm going to probably be moving around a lot. I'm probably going to need to take a couple of breaks to get up and move around. Let me put her there. See, now it just wants to pick up on this texture. I need like a mat or something for right here that the camera doesn't want to focus on. I should have gotten a white desk, y'all. All right, let me start grabbing my grays. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to start with my Dungeon Stone. I'm not going to use the Underdark Gray because it's too warm. My Orc Skin, my Lich. I don't think I'm going to use Lich Skin either because it's pretty dark or pretty warm. Ghoul Gray. And then the Bleached Skull. So we're just going to kind of work the colors up, starting from this darkest gray, and we're going to work up to a white. I will. I promise I will take breaks as necessary. You know, it's... Thank you. This is actually the Sally Hansen gel polish that you can get at like Walmart. It's one of their coral colors. I had realized I hadn't painted my nails in like forever. I'm almost about ready to redo these though, because I've chipped a couple of them. But I mean, I painted these like the end of like last Thursday, and they're still doing pretty well. Aw, hi Word Fangirl. I'm sorry you have a headache. Thank you for your lurk. I hope you get some good rest. Yeah. No, I hit the ground and felt every one of my 40 years immediately. It was one of those kind of falls. But like I said, so today what we're doing is we are going to be underpainting. I'm going to start with a pretty dark gray, and we're going to build up from there in very, very thin, dry coats. We finally found my Citadel cup. It was not anywhere near where it was supposed to be. Wow, that water was like immediately dirty from all the sediment from the black I was using yesterday. It's fine because, you know, not really that big of a deal because I'm going to be using dark gray. Just kind of random. All right, let me see what I got for dry brushes that I can use today. I'm probably just going to use this one. This one's kind of the default one I go to. So these are makeup brushes. This is what I use for dry brushing. Well-packed makeup brushes are great for dry brushing. I get these every year at the end of December, beginning of January. I will buy the cheap ones that they have at like Dollar Tree that they got in for the holidays, or Walgreens or CVS or any of those companies that get cheap makeup brushes that are like their little holiday special that they sell for like 20 bucks for the set, and then they go on sale for like $3 or $4 after the holidays are over. I will scoop up like 4 of those. Oh, if I'm sorry, Serena. All right. So when dry brushing, the whole goal is to get plenty of paint on your brush and then wipe all of it off. Essentially, I'm going to sit here and I'm going to go like this and get the bulk of this paint off, and it's going to work it down into the bristles a little bit, but I want to keep wiping this paint off until there's almost nothing here. There we go. You want to go till you are just seeing the texture on the paper towel and it's not soaking into the paper towel. All right. And then you go against, oh yeah, hi, by the way, this is Tutorial Tuesday. I should probably have said that. We are doing a Learn With Me version of Tutorial Tuesday today, where I am just going to be clipping this portion of the stream out, though it is going to be longer than usual. And I'm learning how to underpaint with some tutorials that I have watched and seen. And yeah, we're just going to start underpainting our model here. This is Skadi from Twin Goddess. You can exclamation point Skadi. It's S-K-A-D-I, as in the Norse goddess. She is part of their upcoming Kickstarter, which is going to be called Bardic Beatdown. It is going to be 5 bands, 2 stages. I don't know if they're going to be doing more based on stretch goals or what have you, but it's 5 bands, 2 stages that are both very cool. And all of them are going to come with a rule book for how to have a Battle of the Bards, Battle of the Bands style battle, like actual battle. It's coming with a rule book for all of that. See, now you can already start to see the texture on her just doing this. Let's see if that's as zoomed in as it gets. So I'm going to move some stuff off the edges of the screen so my camera will focus on her and not the cloth and stuff. There we go. Much better. But you can like start to see the texture on her already with just that tiniest bit of dry brushing. And for those of you who are new to the channel, we do Tutorial Tuesday whenever I can. It's kind of a new thing I've been planning for a long time, but a new thing that I'm doing. Tutorial Tuesday gets uploaded to YouTube. We film it live here on Twitch, then I upload it to YouTube. It's kind of a fun little thing that we're doing. I'm enjoying it. Most of them are going to be little bite-sized type things. We primed her, so she came as an STL. Twin Goddess they're literally, like, at this point, they are my favorite mini company. They've been super supportive of the channel, and super supportive of our store. You know, and since they started streaming their builds, or their sculpts, I've hung out over there quite a bit. And then one morning I get a text from Briar saying, hey, did you know that Twin Goddess is live right now and they're sculpting the new Skadi? Which is when I put all of the alerts out in Discord screaming about it. And immediately went and hung out and cooed and cawed over it, because everybody knows, like, I love this damn mini. I've loved this mini since day one. I painted, like, for comparison's sake, this is the original, right? So I painted the original, and now I get to paint the upgraded. Yes, the gray is basically going to be where the lights are going to be hitting her. And I'm starting with a very dark gray and a very light hand, because I'm going to be building up many, many, many layers of this. So I'm starting with the darkest of the grays that I have, and then I will go from that gray to a lighter gray, to an even lighter gray, to a white. Then we will wash where a lot of the shadows are going to be. And then we will do one more hit with just the littlest bit of white, and then let her dry all the way. And then I'll start painting her with the colors that we pulled yesterday. So there's a minor size difference between the two. This one was printed at 200%. I'm thinking the other one was either at 200 or it might have been 225. So we scaled her up so we could see the detail better, and so that I could paint her a little bit easier. Because of my disability, painting the original one looks slightly bigger, but the original one is also on a base. So she might have just been printed larger. We scale a lot of minis up when I'm painting for stuff like this because it's easier for y'all to see it and it's easier for me to paint it because of my disability issues. So we're hanging out with them in chat, squealing about how much I love this mini, right? And up until that point, I did not realize that this was based on a player character. Like she's got like I knew she had canon stuff, but I thought it was just a universe thing. I didn't realize that at some point somebody played this character. So my thirst has been dialed down a little bit. But, you know, because it's weird to thirst after characters played by real people. Like, it's one thing if it's, you know, it's just a character in a universe and it's fun. It's a little different when it's somebody's actual character. Because you don't have their consent to be all loud and lusty about it. So, you know, thirst has been dialed back now that I know that she belongs to a real person. But she's a beautiful mini, and she, you know, she is definitely like buff muscle wife potential. And we were talking to them during the episode, and then they DM'd me and were like, "Hey, we know you love this mini a lot. Would you be willing to paint her for our Kickstarter if we send you the files early?" To which, obviously, I squealed very loud in my office and then said yes. So once they had the files ready for download, they sent them over. B has spent the last couple of weeks getting a good print because he struggled. For some reason, the printers just did not want to cooperate with her. So... And I am trying to keep my brush kind of at the angle where the light is going to hit. So he got me a print of it. I told them obviously I would paint it. The Kickstarter has gotten pushed back a little bit. It's going to be going live, we think, in September. But because of Seger's surgery, I'm starting to paint her now. So that y'all get to see her. I get to talk a little bit about the Kickstarter. Again, you can !Scotty, get some information on the mini, on the Kickstarter, where you can find Twin Goddess, both here on Twitch and their Patreon. Briar will tell you that as far as he's concerned, they're the most underrated Patreon on the platform. Because their stuff is beautiful and they do a wonderful, wonderful job with everything they work on. And they really do. Their sculpts are gorgeous. Like I said, I love painting their stuff. Love it. Right? Most of the minis that I paint now are from them. I would venture to say probably 75 to 90, somewhere between 75 and 90% of the minis I paint are Twin Goddess minis at this point. I enjoy their stuff. If you refresh the page, it should come up in the info. I hadn't gotten the command finished yet, so I added it after I went live. Now, I am going to dry brush the back of this a little bit because with any stage, you're going to have lights that are coming down and multi-directional lights, but the core of the light is coming this way. So I am going to be dry brushing this color all the way around the mini. And then as we get to more of her specific spotlight, we will hone in where all of the dry brushing is going. Because there are a lot of shadows on the stage, but there are definitely also quite a bit, there's quite a bit of light all the way around, folks. And eventually I would like to get the entire band painted and one of the stages, because obviously y'all know we're going to back the Kickstarter, right? Like, that should go without saying. Oh, there's a really good look at what I'm talking about the directional light, right? So if the stage lights are pointing this direction, the front of her is going to be much better lit than the back. Because she's going to like say that I'm the front of my desk is the stage. She's basically like that on stage. So that kind of gets you an idea of the directional for the lighting. And like I said, as I go here and I start building up the brighter colors for her specific spotlight and her ground lighting, it'll start to hone in even more. Well, they actually, it's going to be a part of the Kickstarter, so I will absolutely be getting the stage. I will be painting the stage. I may paint the stage on stream. Ooh, don't fall, baby. Please do not break. If there's many breaks, I will cry. See the bots look out for everybody. All right. So now I'm going to go on the other side. And again, it's going to be kind of similar to the front. We're just going to, except it's going to be just a skosh lighter handed. Also, can we please appreciate that she's got a pinky up holding her microphone? And if y'all think for 2 seconds I'm not painting her nails, you're wrong. Like, when we talk about how good this sculpt is, y'all look at the folds in the fabric on her jeans. Like, them jeans is holding on for dear life. But they put all of the little tension folds in the fabric. Like, where the fabric is folding because she is standing on stage rocking out. Now, Pirate and Zero both use this technique. I've watched Pirate do it a little bit. I read through Zero's thread really hard about doing it. I've watched some videos on it. It's not something I've ever really done. I normally wait to do my dry brushing till I'm done with a piece. But I figure this is going to have to be one of the best paints I've ever done. Why not try it? They're both much more skilled painters than I am. And I don't say that to be self-deprecating. Both of them have been painting longer than I have. Both of them are, they have a larger skill set than I do because, you know, constantly a student. And I would say that I would be, entering Scotty into the paint contest for PAX U. But I'm not this year. One, I don't know if I'm going to enter the painting contest this year. And two, if I do, it's probably going to be Glicks because ultimately, I want to check something real quick before I say this out loud. Okay, they're not here. Ultimately, I would like to mail this to Twin Goddess as a gift. I would like to mail them this mini once she's all done. You know, find a base for her out of one of their bases, because we have a ton of them. Find an appropriate base for her and get her all painted and then send it to them. I could always paint myself another one, you know? Right. See, exactly. That's the whole thing. That's kind of why it's like it is. It would not seem out of place if the axe was an axe guitar. My headcanon surrounding the axe is that the band has gotten so popular and people are so thirsty over her that she carries a self-defense weapon on stage. But her being a barbarian, it's an axe. That's my headcanon surrounding it. That or she just knows she looks like a badass. Also, if y'all think I'm not doing the rips in her jeans again, you're wrong. Like, she's already got patches on it. I'm absolutely doing the wear and tear on the thighs that you get from running around with thick thighs and tight jeans. I'm absolutely doing that again. I have zero shame. I was real proud of those. And I'm going to be real proud of them again. And honestly, at the end of the day, this is going to be a fun little uptick, very similar to like when we did Panda U for the mini painting, because I have already painted Scotty, right? I have painted Scotty already, a different version of Scotty, but I've painted Scotty. And with that being the case, I'm going to have a side-by-side comparison of my painting skills over the last year because I painted her almost exactly a year ago. I finished this mini on August 30th of last year. So about this time last year is when I was working on this one. So it's going to be kind of fun to see what growth, if any, has been there, because I know I haven't been painting as much because it's not super popular on the channel. But I've gone into don't give a fuck anymore mode. A Scotty a year keeps the creative at peace. I like that. Seger, go lay down. Oh, Seger hears something outside. This is the first time he's heard something outside and can't get out of my office. Because my door is closed. Go lay down, baby. No, you can't go out there. Sorry. Just like being in mommy's bedroom, you're going to have to just go lay down. You can stand there and stare at the door all day. I ain't moving it for you. You know can go bark at people. Well, I don't know about at ease, but he's very frustrated right now, but it is keeping him contained. And that is the biggest part of it. Seeker, go lay down. I ain't letting you out. Sorry. But yeah, so like I said, this is the first coat of this is going to be kind of a heavy dry brush for the darker, and we will go lighter per layer. Oh God, Seeger, really? Okay, I'll be right back. I actually have to put him out. He just farted so bad. He's got to poop. I'll be back. I'm gonna put on the BRB. Mods, lead some sort of discussion about something. I don't know. talk about what y'all are looking forward to with me painting in the next couple of months. I'll be right back. Had some shopping trip shenaniganry. Oh, sorry about that, y'all. I ran and got a quick bio while he was going potty. We're gonna tour shirt? That's very cool. Wearing a tour shirt, cool. So, fun thing, the last major event that I went to pre-pandemic was a planner conference that was here in Chicago the same weekend as C2E2. Good girl, Ripper. She went right back over to where she's been chewing on the baseboards, but she took her blanket for comfort. Instead of chewing on the actual wood. But that was the last Critical Role live show was in Chicago that weekend. And I got to go to that. And my kid and I wore matching Traveler Con 3000 band style shirts that I made for us. That was the C2E2 that my kid got her Taliesin dice. So, my kid bought herself a set of blue sandstone, or blue goldstone, depending on what you want to call it. It's a man-made stone, and you can call it either one. She got a set of dice that were blue sandstone, and she rolled them out of the plastic, or rolled the D20 out of the plastic into Taliesin Jaffe's hand. She never touched the dice until after he had rolled it. He rolled a natural 19. Those dice have never rolled below like a 10 or an 11. Not once. On the D20. I literally, whenever she would pull those dice out during a home game, I would up her DC by 3. Across the board. She's like, that's not fair, and I'd raise an eyebrow at her. Use different dice. No, well then I'm raising the DC. And yes, I realize I'm going over it with the same color over and over and over again. I'm just building up very thin layers because I don't want to lose any of the detail in the piece, right? Like the last thing I want to do is lose any of this detail because it is super highly detailed. Like I'll move this up here and try to get it to focus. Like there's individual stitches on her bra. There's individual stitches all the way down the sides of the pants. Like there's little studs on the back pockets. There's so much detail in this mini because they are like I feel like with Twin Goddess, and again, exclamation point Scotty for more information on them and where to follow them. You know, it's they flex with every piece basically because they are just so fucking good. Right? Their sculpts are just that good. And then like they've got a really affordable merchant tier. Their Patreon is really affordable in general. Honestly, I might sign up at a low tier level myself just to have my own. So I can follow it along without having to switch accounts. But definitely go follow their Twitch channel. If they're not streaming today, they are tomorrow. If they are live by the time when I'm done streaming, we will raid over there. But we'll see, because yesterday they went live a little later. But I was also, yesterday was super weird, and I wasn't really looking at clocks and stuff because I was taking care of the kid. So. So like I said, what we're doing is we're doing the underpainting. We're dry brushing on some dark gray, and then we're going to work up to a white. Then I'm going to grab my wash. We're going to do a little bit of a wash. And then we're going to do just a touch more like pinpoint highlights with the white, and then we're going to paint over all of it with very, very thin coats of the colors we're going to use for her. It'll help add to the directional effect of the lighting, and obviously there will be dry brushing that comes from that, and you know, it's going to be very cool. We pulled paints for her yesterday. I'm going to do a slightly different color scheme. I am doing okay. Kiddo is fine. Kiddo had heat rash yesterday, which is why I had to bail. Morning, Zero. How are you feeling this morning, my friend? Waking up. I hope you slept well. I am doing the first layer of the dry brush in Zero. What do you think? I'm trying to be very sparing with the dry brush. I'm doing some on the back here for some of the backlighting for the stage. Zero, I don't know if you saw or not, but I didn't get a chance to talk to you last night about it because obviously some stuff happened. I'm not going to get into it because I'm not going to speak for Zero. You know, but while right near the end of your stream, Twin Goddess was also finishing up the wolf stage. Hang on, I'll get the picture. I'll get the picture for y'all. Hang on one second. I think they posted it last night. Yeah, here, hang on. Let me get this pulled up and I will get the picture for everyone. And again, we are filming Tutorial Tuesday. Today's a little bit different. It's going to be kind of a full Twitch stream that gets uploaded as opposed to a 10-minute bite-sized one, which I usually is what we were typically going for. Today's a little different because it's kind of a learn with me. Both Painting Pirate and Zerjester here on Twitch underpaint their minis to help with painting them a little bit easier and what have you. It's not something I've ever really done other than a quick spray for some zenithal priming. This is a dry brush technique that we're going to be working on today. But yeah, so let me real quick, I am going to show everybody kind of what this Kickstarter that's coming up is all about. It's going to be called Bardic Beatdown. They didn't go with Battle of the Bards for obvious reasons. Let me find my window capture. There we go. So this is the stage. Or I should say this is the back side of the stage for the wolf stage. It's got metal plates and spikes. But this is what's going to make Zero scream a little bit. This is the front of the stage. And this is just the wolf stage. They also have a lion stage coming, which I think is what they're going to be working on Wednesday on stream. Because, you know, while we tease Zero with the llama thing, wolves really are his favorite. You know, that's part of why I've kind of backed off the llama stuff, because I feel like it's getting a little out of hand. I haven't sent him llamas in a really long time. I think I've sent him enough. I am the friend to troll, but I do troll with care. Oh, I'm sorry. I have my captions covered. My apologies, y'all. Yeah, this is really, really cool. And the lion stage is going to be much cleaner. It's going to be much more of that very formal, like regal kind of stage, which I love that they're doing the juxtaposition of those two, because it's going to give people a lot of flexibility in what they want to do with this module that they're writing for it. but I'm very excited for this. I'm very, very excited for this. Please note also, like, here, I can crop this and then blow it up big so y'all can see it. Well, I mean, I could if I could actually see the lights on my keyboard. I have my keyboard set to take the lights down every so often based on how long I'm using it. And then the lights just turn off. So I can do this, and then I can blow this up a little bit bigger so y'all can really see. I just don't want to cover my captions because y'all know me and accessibility being a huge thing for me. So this is the stage. Obviously, this is what is influencing how I am lighting Scotty as well. Oh yeah, I'm going to paint this entire band. Also, this mini right here is the lead, I think the lead sculptor's main character. She's supposed to be a pink gobbo. I'm going to paint her as a pink gobbo. But I'll be painting the entire band. I use PubNub for my captions. You can !CC and get a link. Thank you. But there you go. It's Tainted Mithril. It's her band. Scotty's the lead singer. I'm very excited about it. This Zero got in ahead of you, Ren. So if you want to just grab that link from the thing right above your comment, you got it. I have all my commands on a little bit of a 5-10 second cooldown just so that, you know, we don't end up with too much spam by accident. But this is the stage. This is, I'm going to click over here so I can actually point with it. So this is kind of what is influencing the lighting here, right? So when I build this, I am going to stare at Zero and go, teach me your ways. And then I'm going to pay the man for teaching me his ways because that's what you do. I am going to have lights installed behind all of these spikes. Like all through here, I'm going to do LED lights. So I'm influencing how Scotty is being lit by there are going to be spotlights from all of these angles on the band. Because I will set her up very similar to this because that's kind of like the way the band was designed. Also, I'm going to be a total asshole about this. I'm going to cover these stones. I'm going to paint them to look like gems, and then I'm going to get a little tiny thin piece of speaker fabric and lay it over the top so it looks like they're lit speakers from the inside. I'm going to be so extra with this build. And this is going to be for the second Scotty I paint, because the first one that I'm currently working on, my goal is to, when this is done, mail this to Twin Goddess. Like I said, they have been very, very good to Briar and I. They are a very, very good company. They do great work. We like them a lot. And I would like to be able to gift them a painted version of one of their minis. So, give me 1 second. I'm going to brighten my lights just a little bit because I'm having trouble seeing. I'm also going to cool it off a little bit because then we're going to be able to see the gray a little bit better. So, right now I'm just doing a very heavy dry brush. It's going to be, I think it's quite possible that a lot of today's stream is going to be just working on this, and then we get to paint her tomorrow. Just because I want to take the time to do it right, and I'm a slow painter in general. Hi, Neuro. Yes. Neuro, this is her new version. They just updated her. So the company that does this mini, it has a Kickstarter coming out. If somebody could !Scotty so Neuro can get links if he would like. They have a new Kickstarter coming out next month that is going to be, it's called Bardic Beatdown. It's going to be 5 bands, 2 stages. and an entire rule book for, I believe, 5e compatible rule book that is going to be the rules for a Battle of the Bards / Battle of the Bands workings. You might have to do the @ sign for Neuro, because Streamlabs is being really weird. Also, hi Neuro, and thank you for being amazing. Neuro saved my ass yesterday, y'all. There we go. And yeah, go follow Neuro. For those of you who don't know, Neuro actually does stream. Neuro streams a lot of content about medical stuff. He focuses on a lot on infectious diseases because that's his specialty. He works for the CDC. He's one of the doctors fighting to get stuff under control rather than let the oligarchy win. Neuro is great. But no, yesterday I had to, if you were here yesterday, you know that in the middle of stream, or really actually pretty early in stream, I realized that hang on one second, I gotta remove this window capture thing because now it's kind of being a butt. There we go, cool. I realized that I had not moved my car because yesterday they were re-glittering my driveway. Technically, we're just having the blacktop redone, but the way we do our blacktop, they throw holographic glitter on it because I am very gay. And I need the entire neighborhood to know exactly how gay I am. They throw holographic glitter over the top of it. It makes your drive look a little bit Galaxy-esque. It's just a little kick of sparkle to, customize your home without breaking anything in terms of your homeowners association. But it also keeps my driveway 10 degrees cooler than everyone else's. On a 90-degree day, I can walk down my blacktop driveway barefoot. So that was a fun side effect that I didn't realize was a thing, but it is. So they were redoing that yesterday, but I had forgotten they were coming yesterday because we just had a lot going on, right? So I run outside to go do that. While I'm outside, my phone rings. Obviously, I don't hear it because I'm outside and my phone is sitting on my desk while y'all were sitting here chit-chatting. I come back in the house and Briar's ringtone is going off. And it stopped and then it went off again. And I'm like, okay, something's up. I pick up the phone. He goes, the school just called. Princess has bumps coming up all over her. She's got a fever. Go get her. I'm like, okay. So I had to cut stream and run. I'm taking pictures in the car, texting her. I'm like, what is up with my kid? She had heat rash. I love my barn doors, by the way. I love the doors to my office. And like I said, I'm doing a pretty heavy dry brush with this gray. But I'm going to go over it in successively lighter colors with a lighter hand. So I'm just trying to go in the direction of where these lights would naturally hit her. But Neuro is great. Neuro, I gotta hit you up and see if you've got a Friday night free to be on the podcast. A subject came up in Neuro's chat the other day that I think might make for an excellent podcast episode. Of discussing the difference between what is woo, like science woo, like people that are like, this is not real stuff, and what is outside of modern medical practice that still has some validity as long as you're not ignoring the importance of modern medicine. I'll have to really dig in and It does not glow in the dark. It does sparkle in the dark, though, because we have a bunch of street lamps and it catches every freaking thing. When I go get Little Bit from school, I'll try to get a video of the driveway and I'll post it. But yeah, Neuro, if you're down to talk about something like that, that's kind of what I'm thinking, because, you know, I'm very open about the fact that I'm a witch, right? Like, I'm a witch. I am a folk magic practitioner. But I also believe in science, and part of my practice is understanding the science behind why we do what we do. Because at the end of the day, all magic is science that we don't understand yet. Yeah, see, exactly, and that's kind of why I thought that would be a subject that would be right up your alley. So let me start getting some questions and stuff, and you and I can get together and talk about when we want to do that. Yeah, some of it's really bad, but some of it's really, really good, right? You know, like there's people that are like, oh, woo, essential oils, blah, 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 blah. Essential oils are not going to cure cancer, but lavender essential oil will absolutely calm a raging kid down. There's a reason they put lavender in literally everything for relaxing. Even though I don't like the smell of lavender, it works. You know, there is science behind it. There's a reason that they say, you know, there's some people that will tell you if you're selling your house to bake cookies because you want to have that baked home smell of the vanilla and whatnot. It's not. If you really want your house to sell and you're trying to get a house sold, you spray everything in that fucking house with lemon cleaner. You boil some lemon rinds. You toss lemon rinds down the garbage disposal and grind them bad boys up. You make that whole house smell like lemons. I gotta plant my chamomile tonight. I still haven't done my planting, y'all. With everything going on, I haven't had time. My plan is to really get it planting my herbs tonight. So yeah, I was thinking about it the other day because we were talking about it because somebody was in Neuro's chat and was kind of shitting on hey JD lady, welcome in. Thank you so much for your resub. Was shitting on aromatherapy and stuff, and it's like, no, there's like really good science behind aromatherapy and that it works. They use that shit in hospitals. Like, let's not sit there and say that everything is woo, especially because there is a considerable amount of stuff that has the science behind it. So I feel like that would be a really, really good chit chat. So we just got to get Neuro and I together on a Friday night. We're both free. Zero, you got to tell me what you want to talk about on the podcast and let me know what your schedule is going to be like. This Friday, by the way, we're going to be talking to Lady Luck 34 about crafting and streaming. Oh, and since so many people are here now, let me pull her mini back out. I finally really sat down and dug into her mini last night because I'm so pissed about this bottle I'm painting. This is the mini that I am painting for Mandy. I started laying all the really good the second and third layers of base coating down last night. I'm doing super, super thin coats on this one, y'all. Obviously, I've nicked it in a couple of spots, but that'll get covered. She's going to be really cute when she's done. She's going to be like deep teal blues and greens with dark browns and hints of fuchsia. I'm very excited. Yeah, Zero, you missed Tapa's stream when I was screaming about that bottle I was painting yesterday. I'm super salty. I let it dry for like 2-3 hours, and I went to wash it because it had gotten a little bit too pink, so I went to wash it with my purple wash, and somehow the wash went right through every single layer of paint and blended it all together. Well, Build Plate's open as far as I know, unless he closed down the shop for a little bit, but it should be open. He's good. Yeah, so I ended up having to get like just metallic paint out and I just painted it all one color. You can kind of see a little bit of the fading under it, but it blended everything. So I just made a custom metallic, and what I'm going to do to get the glowy effect is I'm going to go in with white up under where all these lines are once I paint them all black. I spent hours and hours and hours painting only to have everything soak right through. Like, I've never seen a wash behave like that before. All right, I'm going to move on to the next color, because otherwise I'm going to sit here and beat this poor thing all day, which I don't want to do. Next one's, so that was Dungeon Stone. We're going to work up now to the orc skin. I am going to get a fresh paper towel so that I don't accidentally blend these two paints. But yeah, we're filming Tutorial Tuesday today. Like I said, it's going to be kind of a weird one where we're basically going to be uploading the entire stream. I might just download it and edit it. We'll see. But like, I am taking a thing that both Zero and Pirate do, which is underpainting for the minis, as part of the priming process. And I am taking their skill set and learning it for myself. So today's Tutorial Tuesday is kind of a learn with me kind of thing. I'm using an old makeup brush. Well, I shouldn't say old. I'm just using a makeup brush. I buy cheap makeup brushes from like Dollar Tree, CVS, Walgreens, Walmart, anywhere that gets those packs of makeup brushes for the holidays and then puts them on clearance like the day after Christmas. I buy up as many of those as I can find and I use them as my dry brushes. Makeup brushes make for excellent, excellent dry brushes. Like I said, when you're dry brushing, and I don't keep this on camera because unfortunately my camera wants to focus on the paper towel and not what I'm doing. You just wipe off as much of the paint as you can. And I may have to switch to a different brush because I think this one's getting kind of saturated. And you kind of go against the grain and you paint down your mini. And it picks up all those wonderful little details. You want to go against the grain always, because then you're not going into the cracks on a mini. And again, you want to be cognizant of where the light is coming from and where the shadows are going to be. And I say that because like you can see I'm going right here. I ain't picking up that booty cheek because that booty cheek is definitely being shaded by her hair. Exactly, Glee. That's exactly it. Basically, the underpainting, because you should never be using thick layers of paint, you'll lose all the detail in your mini. So because I'm using very thin layers of paint that are going to be going over this, it will, it's exclamation point mini, or no, exclamation point mini shop. Exclamation point shop is now shut down because that would have been my Etsy store, which is now closed. I am only taking commissions from here on out. I am probably going to be opening a new store that is through my website, where I will sell off finished items that I no longer want, or I take commissions. I am not actively trying to sell stuff on Etsy as opposed to take commissions for right now. So, especially after what happened over the last 2 days with a fucking somebody looking for a commission. I'm so salty, y'all. I am so freaking salty right now. I get an email After I had closed commissions, oh, you're looking in for the exclamation point shop for the thing. Got it. Never mind. Ignore me. We'd play a mini game in chat here on Twitch for those of you who are watching this on YouTube. It's kind of fun. My brain is just a little shut down today. But I had somebody reach out to me for a mini painting commission. All he asked was, do you paint 3D printed models? Didn't give any context, nothing. Not where he had found me, literally nothing. I got no info from this person. And I will say this is going to go a lot faster now, because as I start bringing this up, I don't need as much paint. So this person gave me no info, just reached out via my email, which my website friggin' sold me out and sent it to my Gmail and not my business email. I am going to rinse this out. I'm going to get a different brush for the rest of this. Exactly. Etsy is nickel and diming creators really bad. The discoverability sucks. Their new system for their star seller program is terrible. Because they're only upping people in their algorithm. It's super, super anti-small creator, basically. The smallest of the creators on the platform, which is what the entire platform was built on, cannot make money on the platform because they are being shut out by people who can sell more than them, which was always the case, but this is like giving those people that can sell more an unfair advantage. But they are also making it so you have to basically have perfect 5-star ratings, and you're never allowed to take time off because you have to answer emails within 24 hours. So if you take weekends off and somebody emails you on like Friday night and you don't answer that you don't answer that email until Monday morning, you lose your star seller status. Also, they require you to have a certain percentage of 5-star reviews, which, and I will 100% blame Etsy for this, their baseline is 5-star is a perfect sale. Not this is exactly what I requested is a 3-star, and 5-star is somebody who goes above and beyond, which is what it should be. They demand 5-star reviews. If you are not 5-starred out, you can't be a star seller and you get bumped back in the algorithm. Exactly. Everything started going downhill as soon as they started allowing production partners. Exactly. And I try to filter those folks out and I try to stick with those folks. You know, when I do shop on Etsy. But at this point it's just very, very frustrating, y'all. It's very, very frustrating. I'm just making sure I have all the right brushes out for this. Because we're going another shade lighter and then we're going to go to the white and then I'm going to see if there's spots that it needs washing. And I don't think it's going to. I think with the way that I have this, I may not do an underwash. I might just do the underpainting and then just get to painting her. So this next one is Ghoul Gray. It's a very, very pale gray. And then we'll work up to the white and then we're going to just get to jumping in to paint her. Yeah, Lorna, they just did it. So my timer's a little off sync. It'll be up in like 30 minutes-ish. So yeah, anyway, as I was saying, so this person emailed me, didn't tell me how they found me. They emailed me asking if I do 3D model painting. So I emailed them back and I was like, well, I do paint 3D TTRPG minis, 3D printed ones of those. That is kind of my bag. But I can paint larger stuff. I just need to know kind of specifically what you're looking for. Why don't you tell me a little bit about the project that you have questions on, and I'll let you know if it's something I can do. He emails me back the next day. Super late in the evening. It was like after dinner. Emails me back. Tells me the exact mini that he's looking for. So it is a mini. So already, all right, cool. We are talking a vein of something I do. Turns out it's a Twin Goddess mini. Extra cool because yes. And goes into this whole thing and starts talking about how he wants her painted, how he wants two of the same model, one that's artist's choice on paints, and one that's painted with these very, very specific details. Like, very specific details on a mini that is one of the smallest minis we carry. It's only an inch tall. She's super, super small. So he writes me this like book, basically, about all these details that he wants. And it's all doable stuff, right? Like it's all doable. It's all things I can absolutely do, right? None of it is outside of the purview of my skill set. None of it is super excessive. It's just a lot on a very small mini. And then I get to the end of this email and he goes, I've likely priced myself out of my budget at this point, probably. I don't have my prices listed anywhere. None of that, right? He doesn't tell me what the budget is. Now again, why did I just stuck this damn paintbrush in my water to rinse it out. I have to get another one to do the white. So doesn't tell me what the budget is. But my commissions are currently closed. Now it's a very small mini. It would not take a ton to paint it. Would take some time to get the details just right for what he was asking for. And because when I talk details, I'm like, he was talking pretty specific, like hand-drawn on patches and hand-drawn fraying and all this kind of stuff on this mini. But he wanted two of them. He wanted one that was exactly what he wanted and another one that would be artist choice. So two of the same mini. But he's talking about custom color blends, custom, like super, super specific. Not like I would like to use this color palette and I would like a couple of these accessories. It was literally, this is specifically how I want this mini painted across the board. This piece of the mini needs to be this color. This piece of the mini needs to be this color. And it's like, okay, I can do all of that. That's not a problem at all. 100% something I can do. I got no problem with that. Problem is, again, my commissions are currently closed. Now, for everything that this guy was asking for, with like coinage painted in and bloodstained wood floors and different shades of wood for the different pieces of the mini. Typically, I charge about $150 to $175 per mini for all the details he was asking for. Because this was not a small request by any stretch of the imagination. So I write him back. Y'all, I offer to do both of these minis for $200 total. Both. I said, because my commissions are closed and I cannot guarantee when I can get to you, this is my normal pricing. If you'd like to get on my commissions, so I was like, these are your options. You can wait till my commissions are finished and then jump in. You can pay me my upcharge for a rush order. And I'll put you at the head of the list and get started on it today. Or I'll cut you a deal. If you will let me work on it in between everything else I'm working on it, between everything else that I have on deck, because I have several commissions lined up. If you will let me just work on it in between, and you're okay with getting it in a couple of months when they're done, I'll do it for $200 for both minis. And I will try to work it into my content schedule so that you can watch it get painted, which is another thing that I upcharge for. If somebody goes, I want you to stream this thing, I'm like, okay, well, now you're asking me to advertise for you. You're going to have to pay me for that. So, unless it's somebody I know. If it's somebody I know, it's fine. But if it's, just somebody just random off the internet, if you want to get included in my content, you're going to have to pay me for that. Otherwise, I'll paint it at night when I'm, working on my other stuff. So I offer him this wonderful deal. I'm like, now I realize you said you think you priced yourself out of your budget. I don't know what your budget is because you didn't tell me. If that is more than you are willing to pay, you are welcome to email me with your budget and I can tell you what I can do within that budget. Right? Because I understand, I know that I'm expensive on a lot of the stuff that I have. I know what I'm worth. And I'm going to get paid what I'm worth. Nine times out of 10, I'm going to get paid what I'm worth, or I'm just going to not do it, or it's going to be a gift for a friend. Right? So I offered him a really good deal, basically. And Zero will tell you $200 for 2 detailed painted minis is an excellent price. So I sent him the pricing. I sent him my exact process, what it would be for this project. I sent him details on exactly what the timing would look like, when I would be working on stuff, what the policies were going to be in between. Because if somebody gives me dealer's choice, I give them the option to tell me what they do not want me to use. Okay? And I want, if there's any colors that they hate, something like that, I won't use them. But if they tell me dealer's choice and give me carte blanche to do whatever I want with the mini, there is no changing it. I also take 50% down as a non-refundable deposit on every commission I do. It's my policy. It's on my website. It's always been my policy. I will not start on a commission until I have a 50% deposit unless it is somebody I know very well. Because I have been burned more than once with the, hey, I want you to make this thing for me, and then I take a 10% or whatever. Or in just one case, I had a friend that didn't give me a deposit and then changed their mind after the project was done. We ain't friends no more. But it's one of those things where I offered this guy a really, really good deal, right? And I knew he was probably gonna say no. I was hoping he was gonna come back with what his budget was, so that I could just be like, okay, well, this is what I can do within the budget. Because even if he would have come back to me with my budget is $20, I could have been like, I can paint this in like 3 colors and have it done in a couple of hours once I have the mini, but you're not going to get any high end detail on it. Like, I can paint a mini for super duper cheap, but like, you know, if I don't know your budget, I can't tell you what I can do within it. All I can do is go based on what you gave me, what I would charge for it. And then I'm giving you an almost 50% discount on top of it. It takes them like almost 36 hours to respond and be like, yeah, nah, I'm going to have to decline. Y'all don't do that to creators. Don't go, I think I've priced myself out of my own budget and then not tell them what the budget is. Because, like, it would be really rude of us not to reply, right? It'd be super rude of us not to reply and just be like, oh, this person is likely not going to do anything for us, right? We're going to reply to it. But that man knew he was wasting my time when he emailed me. And in the meantime, I'm trying to figure out where this dude found me. He had favorited a bunch of stuff in our shop. He was going to order it from us and failed to tell me he was ordering the mini from us. Which would have saved all the time on earth, because then he doesn't have to worry about it. We can just print it and paint it when I get to it. As opposed to him having to pay to ship it to me. Because he made it sound like he was buying it from somebody else. No, he found me because he favorited it in B's shop. And we have on all of our listings that if somebody's looking for custom paint, to email me because I do custom paint. Because we've taken the painting service down off the shop. It wasn't super popular, and it's kind of hard because I had like just kind of a blanket pricing based on how big or how detailed you want and how detailed you want it in the mini. But there's a little bit more finesse to it than that. So I just took it down and I just custom quote people. Y'all, I was so salty about it. Don't do that to creators. Please don't do that to creators. I literally spent like 3 hours fucking, I spent like 3 hours double checking my pricing, double checking the mini, double checking the sizing, making sure it was something I had access to in case something happened and a mini broke or got fucked up and I would have to redo it. Like, I took a lot of time out of my day just to get after this guy wrote me a book and goes, I might have priced myself out of my budget. He wrote me a book. And then I get a 1-line email of like, yeah, nah. Just say you don't value artists and go. All right, Zero. Feel free to tell me if you think that she needs more or less or what have you. Yeah, because I think I'm kind of done with the dry brushing. I don't know if she needs more or not. Like, I'm just kind of hitting the edges with this white. We think we're good to start painting her? Okay. So do you think I should go ahead and wash it and edge highlight it from here, or do you think I should just start painting her as she is? Because there's going to be a lot of washes and edge highlighting on the actual paint job too. So I wasn't sure with how detailed she is if I wanted to get a wash on her now. And washes, I'm kind of terrified of washes right now because of what happened with my bottle. But if you think I should go ahead and get a little bit of a wash on her, I will. I'll go get the wash right now. It's sitting behind me. trust myself. Okay. Then I think I'm just going to go ahead and start painting. I know Zero would typically go a little harder than this and then wash and then do some edge highlighting, but I don't trust myself to do that with this mini. But I think she's pretty good where she's at for me, and I'm just going to use super, super thin coats of paint. And then we're going to get a good dry brush on her once we're done as well. I just think with the nature of this mini, because there is so much like built-in shading because of the way that she's made, I think we're going to be okay where she's at. But yeah, there we go. I like her a lot, y'all. I'm real happy with her. I'm going to get in here and hit this top with just a little bit of white on the top of the microphone. What, like with the statuesque black and gray? I love the black and gray look. Like, she would be a really cool mini to just have just like that. Like grayscale. I love grayscale minis when people do them, though. If you're going to do a grayscale mini, you're going to want to go in and wash and edge highlight and do a whole lot of stuff. I just don't know that I have the patience to sit here and like let a wash sit. Is that sad? Is that sad that part of the reason that I don't know that I want to add the wash to it right now is I don't have the patience to sit here and wait for it to dry. I just want to paint her so bad. I have never done a monochrome or ombre mini. I should do that though. That would be a fun challenge, huh? I am going to be using the Vallejo skin colors for this. They are brand new. They were a gift for my birthday from Cypher of Tear, who is one of my dearest friends. So I get to use those for this. I'm very excited. But I think I'm just going to go ahead and jump into painter. I think I'm just going to get a nice couple thin coats of paint. Both of my dogs are laying just chill in the middle of the floor of my office. It's so funny. All right, what I am going to do though, I am going to set her aside so she doesn't get wet. I'm going to go ahead and get fresh paint water because I don't want to be mixing. I need to thin down the paints with a little bit of water because I don't know how the mixing medium that I have is going to work with Vallejo because they're designed for Army Painter. And I think that might actually be some of what happened with what happened yesterday is because I used my mixing medium in the paint, and I'm wondering if the mixing medium and the wash had a weird reaction that I wasn't expecting. Hi, Mandy. Mandy, I have your thing here. You want to see it? Mandy is going to be chatting with me this weekend on Friday night at 7:30 Central. We're going to be talking about all things crafty streaming. I was working on it last night while you were playing your game. Okay, there we go. Cool. Now I don't have any more of that sediment in this water. I gotta clean my paint cup again. I literally just cleaned it, y'all. Like, legit just cleaned it, and it needs to get washed out again. Yes, while you were being bear bait. Hi, DC. That's actually one of my first questions for Mandy on Friday night is going to be like, what the fuck is up with the bears? Mandy, Mandy is, you know, much like me when it's like, can I pet it? Except for some reason in Ghost of Tsushima, she literally attracts every bear in the game, just shows up. So I've been laying down multiple layers for base coats, so keep in mind that this is just the basing for right now. But this is the base colors so far. So it's a really dark blue, a medium dark blue, and the tan for the fur. But I'm really starting to see the colors come together now. There's gonna be a little bit lighter leather for all of the buttons and straps and stuff. And then I've also got to do the metals, but I'm very excited with how she's looking so far. It's hard to see in this light, but this is a very, very dark, dark brown. And then I lined the inside of the gloves with what's going to be the bright teal blue. So it's going to have like blue silk on the inside of the gloves or blue fabric on the inside of the gloves to keep them comfy. I ended last night covered in dark blue paint. It was everywhere. But there you go. She is started. I've had to, it's been very, very thin layers and lots of very, very thin layers building up the base colors. I am being super extra careful with her. But I'm very excited. I've got to paint the bow still. The bow and the bows by the ears and the bow in the back are going to be a dark purple for the base, and it's going to work up to fuchsia highlights. But I'm really happy with how she's looking so far. So I got to get some more work done on her, obviously, but she's coming along, and I'm sorry it's taken as long as it has. I promise I am working. I am starting to mix Scotty's skin tone now. Well, I mean, that's part of why I have commissions closed, is because I have a lot of people that are like, no rush, and I've got a lot of no rush stuff that needs to get done. Like I said, I've only got about 2 inches left to do on DC's hat. I worked on that for a little bit yesterday. And then that's almost done, and then I'm working on yours, and then I have a big one for Cerulean I'm going to be working on. And then, like I said, I was going to take this guy's commission at 50% off as long as he was okay with waiting for it. And then he was kind of a dick about it. And now if he comes back in like 2 or 3 months and he's like, okay, I'll take you up on your offer, it's going to be like, nah, dude, you're paying full price. I might even charge you extra for being an asshole. A little more pink than I wanted. Oh yeah, no, the asshole tax is very real. I will say that now that I have some Vallejo paints, I do like them. They are pretty thin off the bat, as opposed to be like the Army Painter ones that usually need to be thinned down a little bit. I mean, they probably do need to be thinned a little bit, but not like a lot of it. All right, let me get my actual brushes out. And we are gonna get started, y'all. I'm very excited. Who else is excited? I think I'm gonna leave it in this screen. I'll clip out Tutorial Tuesday, but I think I'm gonna leave it in this screen, and then I'm gonna download this I'm going to re-download my frames for this and take the Tutorial Tuesday off. And I may use this as for my painting screen. And just come up with an all-new screen that's just for painting. Because I like having it this big as opposed to the other one. So I think that's what I'm going to do. Let me get some of my brushes out here that I'll be using for her. Like I said, we're going to be working on Scotty's skin tone right now. And then we'll go from there. Because I always try to paint from the inside out with a mini. I always try to get as close to their skin as possible and then paint up from there. Because it's easier to fix mistakes when I do it that way. I'm just pulling out a bunch of options for brushes. Oh, that's good. I'm good right there. All right. Put my headphones down for just a minute. I won't be able to hear the music, but y'all will be able to hear me. Because I need to get my headset on, so I have my headlamp and I have my magnifiers, because that is, you know, pretty important when you're painting and painting. Hey, Jackalope, welcome in. Alright, which brush are we starting with? Which one's going to be the magic brush? I think this one is. Well, it would be good if I stirred the water into the paint, huh? Instead of just let it sit there on top. Hard to get good thinned paints if you don't actually mix the water into the paint. Y'all, it has been a day already. All right, y'all. Everybody take deep breaths, because here we go. We are going to be painting one Scotty. Somebody get exclamation point Scotty. You'll get information. Well, let me maybe not do that. Let me maybe not be that close into the camera so that, you know, y'all aren't looking at my headlamp and not the mini. Today we are painting Scotty the Barbarian from Twin Goddess Minis. This is her updated model. It is going to be part of their Bardic Beatdown upcoming Kickstarter. Sorry, I'm trying to get my magnifiers just right so that I can have her in frame without having my face in the frame. Scotty is probably my favorite mini of all time. They just got her this update for the Kickstarter. Her band, which is called Tainted Mithril, is going to be one of the 5 bands involved in the Bardic Beatdown set of stuff. There's a bunch of other bands that they're working on. This week on Twitch, they're doing the modeling for the stages. And they're just a really, really great company. And no, they're not paying me to do this. They offered me the model so I could paint her for the Kickstarter, and I said yes because they know how much I love her. you know, but they've been a wonderful mini company to work with. Y'all have seen me paint several of their models. We are a licensed retailer for them. If you exclamation point mini shop, you'll get a link to my partner's mini shop, where he sells their models that he 3D prints himself. He printed this one for me. I'm really trying to keep my face out of the frame, so I'm sorry if it ends up in frame. I am just trying real hard to be able to paint her, because I do have a bit of a tremor, so my hands do shake when I paint, which is part of why I am very slow as a painter, and a lot of that has to do with my handshakes and my disability, where I don't have full control of the left side of my body. But we make the most of it. And I'm super excited about this mini because obviously, again, it is the original one of these is my favorite one that I've ever painted. And they just gave her the update for the Kickstarter. So if I get quiet, it's because I am kind of going in with some super fine detail work right now, trying to get in. Well, not even detail work. It's just, I like to paint larger minis because I struggle quite a bit. Now I do paint regular size, regular scale minis. I do them for commissions all the time. I do them for myself. I do them for my home game. I like painting the scaled up ones. It's just fun. I mean, that's kind of what it boils down to. They're easier for me to paint because, again, disabled. I have lots of issues motor skills wise, so they're easier for me to paint. They also make really, really good display pieces. Whoop! Oh God, I cannot believe I just did that. I really just did that, y'all. Hold on. Get a brush wet and clean that off. Sometimes when you're painting at a distance, it's a thing. I cannot believe I just ran her skin color right through her hair like that. Shit. Sometimes you mess up. It's okay. It's okay. It's fixable. I'm definitely not having a full-blown panic attack right now. If you get it while it's still wet, when something like this happens, you can use some clean water on a brush, and you can usually pull enough of it up. And this, again, is why I paint from the skin out, because I can get that cleaned up and then paint over it without worrying about it too much. And luckily, her skin color is pretty light, so it's going to blend into that white okay. And her hair color's a dark red, so... I don't know that little piece right there is going to come up. Damn. Well, I'm awake now. There we go. I definitely was just going to paint and I had my paintbrush out further than I realized. And I just raked the paint right through her hair. Am smart, promise. Yeah, I'm not nervous at all, y'all. And I don't know why. Like, I love this mini, and I know I can paint her. It's just I don't know. There's also the juxtaposition of trying to get paint on a brush and like paint from a foot away with a magnifier. That's always a fun one. Now, I am going to be working on her off stream as well as on stream. We will work on her on stream until she is done. But I am going to be painting off stream as well because I would like to get this done. Hey, Gwinnell, welcome in and thank you for the lurk. I would like to get this done before Seger goes in for surgery. Just because I don't know what my schedule is going to look like after that, you know? So I will be working on her off stream as well as on. Like, I will probably work on her this afternoon for a little bit. Probably. No, there's no guarantee because I do need to get my planting done. I haven't finished it yet, so I've got to get all the seeds sown and on the counter in their pots. So that might be today too. I was gonna do it yesterday, but then, you know, kid got heat rash, so I had to go get her from school and then monitor her and all of that fun stuff. Hey, Between Two Gays, how are you? Can I get a shout out for Between Two Gays, please? Decompressing is good. I'm doing all right. I am working on this gorgeous mini for Twin Goddess Minis for their upcoming Kickstarter. This is my favorite mini. She got a great big upgrade for the Kickstarter. They redid her entire model. I don't know if you've seen the first one, but for comparison, you're welcome. This is the first one. So she's gotten quite a bit of an upgrade and a different little bit of a look to her. So I am painting the new model. It's going to be part of their Bardic Beatdown. I'm super excited about the entire thing. I can't wait to paint her whole band. But I will have to paint her again first because I'm going to actually, as long as they're cool with me sending it along, I'm going to actually gift this to the designers when she's done. I'm going to mail it to them. Because I can absolutely paint myself another one. We went through the process yesterday. We got very lucky that we were able to finish the process yesterday before I got yanked away of pulling paints for her because we've already got the colors picked for the model. So right now what I'm doing is I'm going through and I'm getting all of her skin color painted. And then after her skin tone is laid down, then I will be working on doing the custom blend for her hair. Because this particular model actually has Canon colors. Well, the Barbarian has, because she actually has a Barbarian model as well. There's 3 of these minis now. There's the 2 Barbarians, one with the axe and one with just the mic stand and the mimic. And then there's also a Barbarian version of her that's available on My Mini Factory. If you're looking for those STLs, we sell that one as well. But she's got Canon color. Her Barbarian model has Canon colors, and I actually nailed the hair color by accident with the first one because it's just the color I felt like she needed to have, and it was actually her Canon hair color, which makes it even better. So I am trying to stick as true to the original color that I did for her hair as possible, but that was a super custom color, and I do not have the VODs any longer for that paint, so I don't remember exactly what I did. So we're going to have all of the paint color experimentation tomorrow, working on that, but today I really want to work on getting all of her skin color laid down. And if I finish that today, then I might move on to laying down the color for her jeans, because the color for her jeans does not need, well, the base color does not need any custom mixing. I'll be using the Wraith Black from the D&D line with Army Painter for that. It's a very dark, dark, dark blue black, but it is very, very much blue when you lay it down. So they call it Wraith Black, but it's very much like the darkest of blues. If it were any darker, it would be black, but it's got so much of a blue base to it that it's perfect for dark, dark blue jeans. And I am going to be using very, very thin coats of paint, so she may need 2 coats for her skin. Well, she will need 2 coats for her skin tone. And I will say right now that most likely I'm not going to wash this mini. I think I'm going to do everything by hand. I'm going to do all of the darker details. I'm going to do all of the highlights by hand and do all of the blending by hand. If I do any washes, they're going to be very targeted and very, very specific where I do them. But between 2 days, how are y'all? Y'all having a good day? I still need to finish my Sims build for y'all for Thursday. That's going to be a very last minute entry for me this week. Oh no, sorry, Serena. Well, like I always say, pettiness is next to godliness. Sometimes it is the way. I just nicked her hair, but in that spot, that was bound to happen because I was in a really tight spot. So let me wipe that off. Because these are acrylic paints, if you get it when it's wet and you make a mistake, you can fix it. But you gotta get it when it's wet. If not, you're painting over it to fix it. But I am 100% going to have all the fun with this mini. I'm giving her earrings. Like the whole 9 yards. I'm going to do fine painted, like little tiny studs on her ears. Crying is a free action, yes. See right here, I don't mind if it hits her hair because that's going to get painted over with a much finer brush. I'm more concerned with just making sure her ears are all the way painted around, or painted all the way around. Wow, I can talk today. I just sat up a little bit and my back cracked in 3 spots. Holy shit. Oh boy. Hi, Ripper. You okay? Did you just wake up from your nap, or you move into a bed because it's cozier? Or you're going to go into Seger's bed because Seger's laying in the middle of the floor? Yeah, it does feel a little bit better, but oh boy, I sat up and it went pop, pop, pop. I'm like, oh, okay. Sure. Thank you for pointing out, computer, that I was goblin sitting. And if y'all are seeing this really, really bright light, it's my headlamp. It's making it easier for me to see the mini. Seeger, what the hell's wrong with you? He just made like all the noise in the world and rolled over. He's laying in the middle of my floor, which is very much not like him. He normally likes to be under my desk, right up under me, but I think because the door is closed and it's nice and dark in here, he just found a cozy place to lay in the middle of the floor. He keeps smacking his chops weird, though. Did you burp up some food? Because you ate real fast. We've had to switch them to, yes, the doors are closed. Which is why the dogs have not freaked out the entire day. Other than Seeger wanting to go outside, because, again, we've switched his food up a bit. He really needed to go potty. So they've been pretty chill, which gives me a little bit of hope. Because I tell you, with how they were this morning when I first came downstairs, they were a little riled up. And, yeah, I don't know, y'all. If I have a morning where they're as riled up as they were, I don't know that I would have streamed today post-surgery for him. It might have been a day that I just decided we were staying in bed. And I would have just had to be okay with it. Because that is a surefire way to keep Seger calm. If you are curled up in bed with him, he will stay in bed literally all day until he has to go to potty so bad that it's an emergency. That is my one saving grace with him, is that I could stay in bed with him all day and he would be fine. It's kind of part of why I haven't gone back to Valhalla yet. I'm saving it so that if I do end up having to be stuck in the bedroom with Seger because he needs to be kept calm and he's having a struggle, I can just go up there, pop the game on, curl up next to him, and let him sleep. I'll turn this light down just a little bit because I know it's pretty glaring on screen. It's much less in person, but the camera is picking it up super bright, so. Thinner brush for this. So what's everybody up to? How's everyone's day? Everybody having fun watching me paint? I know it's not always the most engaging content, but you know, because I do have to be quiet a little bit when I'm painting, but I'm having fun with her. Yay! Yay for moths! I'm really not concerned about her skin color getting on some of these straps back here because these straps are all going to be black leather, so. Robert, are you okay? Seger, what you doing, baby? He just tried to roll over on his back in the middle of my office. I think he likes having the doors closed. I think he feels like he's got his little den and he's nice and snuggled in here. I think if I wasn't in here, he'd be losing his brain, but I think he likes the doors. I know Ripley does not, but I think he likes them. We'll see how much he likes them after he's been locked in here with me for 3 months, but you know. Mm-hmm. He's so spoiled. He knows it too. Also, please notice when we're talking about how detailed their minis are, I'm going to show y'all what I just did after I rinsed this brush out a little bit, because this is a very thin brush, so I have to keep it rinsed out so it doesn't get too caked with paint. Let me show y'all what I just did. I'm going to get this up close to the camera so it'll focus. Watch where I just put the brush. That's going under the strap of her shirt. They actually made it so that there is a literal gap there because of the way she's bending, the same way that a shirt would have an actual gap in the back. It's not a painted in gap, that's an actual gap in the shirt. Like, you're not faking it till you make it. They actually put the void there where a shirt would pucker a little bit. Their attention to detail is just, it's wild. They're so good, y'all. Trying to make sure that I get in all of these little cracks. I'm being extra careful to make sure everything gets painted and like not the fake it till you make it. If there's like a little bit of a void, maybe I don't put something there. No, I am going hard on the every little corner of this is going to be painted no matter what I got to do to make it work. Which again is part of why I paint from the skin out, because that gives me the opportunity that if I do end up accidentally nicking something, it's easy enough to fix because I don't have to try to get under something to fix it because it's already, you know, I'm just not making a whole ton of extra mistakes, basically. I mean, obviously still being careful not to nick anything if I don't have to. You know, like the fluke on her hair, that was 100% something that did not need to happen, which is why it got wiped off. Mistakes like that are a little bit easier to hide when they're like under something, around something, that kind of look. Like I just nicked the strap for her shirt, so I'm going to go in there and I'm going to clean that up a little bit. Sorry, I know I have her pulled really close to me so y'all can't see, but I got to be able to see what I'm doing to fix it. There we go. But yeah, I'm trying to get right up on the lines. I'm trying to make sure every tiny little bit of everything gets the paint on it like it's supposed to. Sometimes with minis, when there's like little gaps that nobody would be able to see unless they were really looking for it, if it's something of my own, I just won't paint it. I'll just leave it be. But for something like this where the plan is to send it to someone else, and also I'm going to be getting really good quality photographs of this, It's got to be perfect, or I'm not going to like it. Everything's going to get touched with paint, or I'm not going to be happy about it. But yeah, again, this is Scotty from Twin Goddess Games, or Twin Goddess Minis. She's going to be a part of their upcoming Kickstarter. We've worked with their minis for a really long time now. The minute a merchant spot opened up, Briar picked it up. And he raves about them constantly. Thank you, Zero. I know Zero has painted a few of their minis. I know Pirate has painted a few of their minis. I believe Cypher has painted a couple of their minis. And I have obviously painted several. They are my favorite minis to paint at this point. There's just so much detail. They're smooth prints. They're very, very fun. They're in a style no one else is really doing right now. Pirate, I thought you have. Also, hi. I was talking about painting Twin Goddess minis. I think you've painted one of theirs, haven't you? Hey, Rafiki. No panicking. Just talking about the minis. All right. I'll work on her forearms and hands, and then we'll go back over everything with one more thin coat. Where did my music go? Is this one of the ones where the music just kind of stops midway through the song? Yeah, there we go. Like I said, we're getting the skin color laid down. That's probably where we're going to go with it for the rest of the stream, because I'm going to need to do 2 coats, and I've only got about an hour and a half left before I'm going to have to go get the kid. But we're gonna get as much of it done as we can, skin tone wise. If I'm not done before or it looks like I'm not going to be done before we got to get going, I'll be pulling all of this paint out of here and putting it in my wet palette. I like to mix colors in a regular disposable palette and then transfer the finalized colors to the wet palette. It's a thing that I do. And yes, please host if you can. If you can and want to, I should say. It's a free way that you can support the stream, even if you don't stream yourself. Sorry, I'm moving around a little bit to stretch. Oh, okay. But yeah, I'm going to be done with painting for the day at the end of stream. I will come back to painting, obviously, tomorrow for stream, and I'll probably be painting tomorrow afternoon. But I need to finish up my my capybara house build for Between Two Gays for Thursday. I need to plant all of my seeds. I have some of them sitting in a cup of water right now that I have to go get out of there today to prep them for planting, because I decided that I'm going to have a couple of extra pots, because there's a few of the herbs that I'm not going to plant because I know I'm not going to use them for stuff. Like I'm not going to plant the cilantro. I don't use cilantro for anything. I just don't enjoy the taste of it. So there's no point in me planting it. You know, I'm not going to plant the arugula because I'm not a big arugula fan. I don't make that many salads with it. So I'm going to have a couple of extra pots. I'm going to plant our morning glories. We tried to do morning glories a couple years ago. They did not come up the way we had hoped they would. So I am going to go ahead and put them in pots for the winter to see if I can get them started. So that way I can drop them into stuff outside in the spring. I'm just going to let them grow through the winter and grow all over my counter and then take them outside and put them in the big pots and stuff that we're going to have out in our garden next year. Because I think the morning glories are likely I'm going to put some of the climbing vines up this thing that I have. I have a trellis that's really pretty that I'm going to try to get them to grow up. But we're going to be getting some like big whiskey barrels that are going to be big planters in our front yard. I'd like to plant some of the morning glories around the edges of the barrels so that the vines will grow down and around them. So we'll have that like trailing waterfall look because the morning glories that I have are like a deep, deep galaxy purple color. They're like a dark purpley blue. They're very, very pretty. They're a pain in the butt to get them to take though. So we're going to see if we can get them to take inside over the winter and then in the spring be able to plant a few of them in the garden. I lost a dog. Seger? The fuck? Where'd Seger go? Okay. My office is not that big. Where the fuck is my dog? Oh. Wow, my dude. So both of my desks are the same. We're on the back wall, that way. There's a huge like void basically because there's nothing back there because the U shape of my desks. He's in the other one behind me, but he went all the way to the back wall to curl up to where you can't see him. Normally he's sprawled out in the bed. He's just like, no, I'm gonna go curl up back here. Bye. I heard him, but I didn't hear him move, and then I didn't see him. I'm like, wait a minute. Did he, like, magically escape? What is going on here? I was very confused for a minute. Like, logically, I knew he was in the room. Because there's no way for him to get out. But for a minute, my brain said, where the fuck did he go? Sorry, I'm getting a quick drink and sitting up for a minute. All right. But yeah, yesterday the cut stream was because the small one had to get picked up from school. She contracted some heat rash. I'm glad it was only heat rash. I'm glad the school called me. I called the school back to let them know what it was. And the nurse was like, I'm so sorry I sent her home. I'm like, why? She goes, huh? I'm like, why? She's like, wait a minute. I'm like, no, I'm calling to let you know what it was so that you're not concerned that I'm sending a kid back with something contagious tomorrow. And so that if it happens again, you know, you can just put her someplace cool and give her some cold water and it should go down. I was like, you were right to call me, especially with a fever. I'm not going to leave a sick kid at school. Because, like, they called and I was at the school in under 20 minutes from the time they called. You know, most parents at the school leave their kids there all day. They'll be like, just leave them in the office. They'll just leave him in the nurse's office all day, and it's like, no. If there's a potential that my kid is sick, I'm coming to get her because I don't want anybody else to get sick, because that's what you do as a responsible parent. Now, I know I have a very large amount of privilege in my ability to do that. Like, I 100% get that I am super privileged in the ability that I have the option to go get her in the middle of the day if she's not feeling well. But, like, I have that privilege and thus use that privilege. There's plenty of people here that I will guarantee you in my neighborhood would leave their kid at school, even if they were at home. Now, if she gets sent home from school, like, I don't want her, we never want our kids to think, like, it's always, you can come home for whatever reason, right? Like, if you need to come home, you need to come home, period, end of story. We get that. I'm fine with that. However, you come home for any reason because you're quote unquote sick at school, you're sick, you're coming home and you're going to bed. You're not going to sit here and get to play on your tablet and watch a movie and everything else. No, if you're sick, you come home and you go to bed. But I'll bring you home for whatever you need. You know, you want to curl up and read a book, curl up and read a book. That's fine. But you're not getting like tablet time and TV time and play time. Nah, that doesn't work that way. You're either sick or you're not. But you know, the nurse was like, I don't know what parents must be like to school nurses, that the nurse had to thank me profusely for immediately coming to get her, and then apologize profusely once I called to let her know why she got sick. I'm like, you don't have to apologize. I'm like, I would rather you call me and tell me she's sick and that she's got a fever and she needs to leave so we can guarantee that nobody else gets sick, you know, than have you just hold her in the office. I'm like, but now we know what it is, so if it happens again, instead of jumping to me coming to get her, we can give her some cold water and let her rest for a few minutes and see if the bumps start going down. And they should, because hers went down in the first hour of her being home in the air conditioning. You know, my kid goes hard when she plays outside, and she had gym outside yesterday. She ran around out in the, 77, 78 degree weather, ran real hard. It wasn't lunchtime yet, so she hadn't really had that much water. She was outside for snack time at school. She was just out in the heat all day, and she overheated. You know, and then everything was made worse because it itched, obviously, so she started scratching at it. So, I'm just like, no, it's good. I just, next time, please give her a chance to cool down and then call me. Like, I'm glad you called me this time because we weren't sure, but now that we know pretty much beyond a shadow of a doubt what it was, just, It was just funny, right? Because she's like, I don't know if you want to, if you can call her doctor and see if it's something that needs to be brought in, or maybe you need to take her to urgent care. I'm not really sure. I'm like, no, I can do way better than her doctor. And I immediately texted neuro. She's like, what? I'm like, one of my good friends is an infectious disease specialist with the CDC. I'm just going to text him and say, is this something I need to worry about? And he'll let me know. That's exactly what I did, because neuro is great. I owe neuro the biggest of dinners the next time that I see him. And you all should really be following neuro. His channel is great. He does so much medical education and medical explaining. I forget exactly what it's called. He basically puts everything in layman's terms and makes it really easy to understand the science behind stuff and why people should do stuff. And he's non-judgmental and super patient. Um, so if somebody who is anti-vax comes into his chat and is like, I'm not getting the COVID vaccine, he'll go, okay, why? And then break down with, science and articles and journal entries and all sorts of stuff, the specifics as to debunk whatever they've bought into. I'm just going to turn this headlamp completely off now because the white balance is starting to like really struggle, because this is a very light skin tone. It's real close to mine though. Like, once this washes down, it's real close to my skin color. Like if I go to where my wrist is super pale, it's really close to my skin color. Did I just paint all over myself? Yes. Do I care? No. Like, watch as it dries down. Watch it get closer to my skin color. Paint will always dry darker than it looks when it's wet. That's across the board for all paints. That's a thing. No, I actually do need my light. Sorry, I have to pick her up a little bit so I can see the inside of her finger here. And then I'm going to switch to a smaller brush. But yeah, so no, I went to get her, I brought her home. The nurse was like super apologetic that it was, she got sent home for heat rash. I was like, I mean, what are you going to do? There's really nothing to be done for it, right? Like, the kid wasn't feeling well. She had a low-grade fever. You sent her home. It's what you should have done. I'm like, I'm sorry I didn't get here faster. They're like, you were here in under 15 minutes. I'm like, I'm sorry I didn't get here faster. Because had I been sitting here at my desk when the phone rang, I would have just, gone to the BRB screen, answered the phone, come back, and been like, deuces. And that's kind of really what happened, They called Breyer. Breyer called me. He told me what was going on as I was sitting back down at my desk after I moved my car yesterday, and I just booked. Because, oh hey, being a parent and a streamer is a thing. I like her so much, y'all. I'm so happy with her so far. It's just such a good print. It's such a good mini. I am very looking forward to painting her again, because like I said, my hope is with this one is that Twin Goddess will let me mail them this one as a gift. Right? Like, I would like to be able to send this to them so that they have it. Basically. And again, that goes into the whole, when you are a parent and a streamer, there's a lot of nuance there for what you gotta do. Sorry, I'm having to pick her up for a second to get some of these spots. Like, I'm trying to get the back of her hand, which is down inside here. I kind of have to have her very close to me to be able to see what I'm doing and turn it at an angle where I can actually get to that part of her hand. I promise she'll be back in frame in just a moment. I'm just trying to make sure that I get her just the way she's supposed to be. Yeah, I'm trying to get inside the hand, like down in here. Because her thumb wraps around the bottom of this. Oh yeah, no, it is like whiplash. Like when you got to go into mom mode, you got to go into mom mode. Like when you're a parent, you know. And we just went through some serious shit with her too, so, you know, like mom mode has been more than a background processor. It's been using a lot of resources lately, and it's like, okay, I would like one break, please, TM. The way I have to get at this thumb from behind, y'all, I have to get at her thumb this way. I have to go in through back here. All right, thank you, Zero, for being here. I appreciate you. Have a wonderful rest of your day. If you need anything, holler. Y'all, my hand is shaking so bad trying to get in here. Because I know I'm going to end up hitting her jeans. Oh, the brush actually doesn't fit. I had to turn her. Oh, wow. Okay. I am getting all over the friggin' pants. Luckily, they're going to be super dark, so. Y'all, seriously, my hands are shaking so bad trying to get in there. And it's going to look real messy for a little bit, and that's fine. That's all going to get cleaned up as I go here. But I would rather it be painted than not. I can fix everything else. But I definitely hit her jeans. So going this way, the brush doesn't actually fit in there. I had to go this way in there to get her thumb. Now that it's drying, like on my wrist, you can see it better on camera than you can in person, because in person it's almost the exact same color. Once again, I'm sorry I've got her pulled so close to me. I really need, like, there's a couple of little spots that I have to be on top of her to be able to see it. All right, I'm gonna put her down. I gotta stand up for a second, stretch, and then I will sit back down goblin sitting, where I can be a little closer to the mini. But now I can like actually roll my chair back and not roll over a dog because they're both in their beds. And by in their beds, they're in opposite beds for what are technically theirs, but I don't care as long as they're sitting down and not being obnoxious. Okay, there we go. More caffeine going here. But yeah, today's gonna be planting and then working in The Sims, or vice versa, one of the two. I'm making some sort of chicken something for dinner tonight. What? I don't know yet. which is a very real thing that I run into with dinners of, what the hell am I cooking for dinner tonight? I don't know. But I have chicken, so I know it's going to be chicken something. Also, at this point, we've just switched Seger over to wet food altogether, as opposed with mixed with his kibble, as opposed to making dinner for him, because that's what I was doing. I was just making chicken and rice for him, but like that's at some point that stops becoming sustainable, especially with the price of meat going up like it is. But we figured out a brand of wet food that he can eat that doesn't seem to be upsetting his stomach too bad, and mixing it with his kibble. Because when he was a puppy, nothing worked. He could only stick to the one brand of food that he eats. And I think that's part of why it's been so hard to get him to eat, is it's been like the same thing every day for years now. But now, like, and then he just wouldn't eat until he actually got hungry. But his medicine will make him really sick if he doesn't eat with it. Because doxycycline is no fun. It will mess up your system so bad. I know, because I've been on it before. It is a dog safe antibiotic. It is a lot. So he has to eat, and the only way to get him to eat is to mix something different in with his kibble, because that will guarantee he will hork the food down. So we've switched him to mixing wet food with it just to encourage him to eat. But now he really will not eat the kibble by itself. So looks like for the rest of his days, and Ripley's too, they're going to be on a mix of wet food and kibble. I will say American cheese has been the way to get him to eat his pills now, though, because he's actually taking them with the cheese. He figured out that they were going in the bread, and he started picking around them in the bread. He can't get them out with the cheese because it all sticks together. Especially this cheese I got from Dollar Tree the other day, because oh my god, their American cheese is sticky. Like in the weirdest kind of way sticky. Sorry, I gotta pull her close to me. There's like a hair or something stuck in the paint. I gotta get it off of there. Yeah. Literally that. It's basically magic cheese. Yep, they would come run. He comes running, and then he'll just sit there, and he'll look at me. He knows the pills are in there. He knows. He's like, but the cheese, though. Like, he was fine taking it, like, squished up in some bread, because he really likes bread. So he was taking it just fine in the bread until he figured out that the pills were in there, and then he was like, yeah, no, I'm going to pick around this. Good luck. But the American cheese seems to be working. Because the last thing I want to do is traumatize him even more than he's fixing to be and have to shove pills down his throat. Like, as it is, he won't let me clip his nails most days, and his nails are super long and need to get cut. Like, he won't let me clip his nails because he doesn't like the nail clipper, because he's had his nail caught in something before and it hurt, so he doesn't like anybody touching his nails. He got his friggin' toe stuck between my mattress and my footboard one night because of the way he was laying, and now he won't let anybody clip his nails. He's such a pain in the ass. Ripley won't let me clip her nails either now, and hers are super long. All my dogs are assholes, as we've mentioned a million times. But yeah, tomorrow we're going to have a new scene set up for painting. It's going to be very similar to what you're seeing on the screen. Obviously, Tutorial Tuesday was just a portion of the stream. I will clip that out. I'll have to do I'm probably going to need to use some of it as B-roll and talk about it on YouTube at a later date. Typically on Tuesdays we do tutorials of little things. Normally they're only 10-minute ones. Today was kind of a learn with me one because I was doing a new skill for myself. Because while I do teach a lot of my skills, it's also important to show when I'm learning, for me anyway, to show when I'm learning new skills. Because nobody knows everything, right? Nobody at all knows all the things about all the things. And it's really, really good to show that anyone can learn stuff. Yes, this is my personal opinion. There we go. All right, so that is the first layer of her skin color down. I am going to go back over it with one more thin coat. And that should be enough to cover. But we're going to work on that, and then I'm going to take the rest of the skin color and I am going to put it in my wet palette. Because I've got about an hour left to stream, give or take. Well, I shouldn't say of stream, more like I have an hour left to stream before I have to go get my kid from school. But I'm going to add a little bit more water to thin down this paint a little bit because it is starting to try to dry out on me. We're going to mix that in real good, and then we are going to do the next coat of paint. And then, like I said, I'm going to transfer all of this skin color because it is custom mixed. For her, I'm going to put it all in my wet palette to preserve it as much as possible in case I need to do touch-ups later. But I'm usually pretty good at knowing what the ratios were because I know what colors I used. Yeah, Lillian, I mean, I'm kind of the same way, right? Like, and anybody who has any kind of trauma history, a lot of people with ADHD, we all have perfectionism complexes. I'm going to put this particular skin color away because I didn't use it. I'm only keeping out the ones that I for sure used. Which is another thing I do, like we'll pull a bunch of paints based on the colors that I need, and what I think I'm gonna need, and then if I don't use one that was pulled for a specific thing, like for this I pulled like 5 different paints I was gonna use with her skin color, and then I really only needed 3 of them to get the color that I wanted. So, but yeah, I am very much the type that I am always learning. I'm always learning new things. And I never want anybody to think of me as some sort of divine expert on a subject. Please don't put me on that pedestal. You know, so I like to show the learning process too, because, you know, I feel like people need to see that everyone is always learning. Because I really am always learning. Like, I don't... There's plenty of stuff crochet-wise, and I've been crocheting for, over 25 years. There's crochet stuff that I don't know how to do yet. There's plenty of stuff I'm still learning about. Sorry if y'all are hearing scratching in the back. The dogs are rolling around trying to get comfortable. I think they both just woke up from their naps. I think that's actually Ripley right under my desk, just trying to find a cozy spot. But yeah, I try to constantly be learning new things. Some things I'm uncomfortable with or I'm not very good at. Some things that, it really is a skill issue where I might be able to get better at it, but I might not. And in the process, I'm learning my limitations as an artist. I'm learning my limitations as a crafter. Aw, Sam, hi. Welcome in, Raiders. Can I get a shout out for Sam, please? I didn't realize you were going to be streaming your leatherworking. You could have just said you were going to do the thing. I would have told people to come lurk. But welcome in, Raiders. I hope everyone is having a wonderful day. If you are new here, my name is Awkwardish Panda. I am very awkward, roughly panda-sized. I'm a queer variety streamer on Twitch. I do a lot of art and crafting content. So there you go. Wow, that was super delayed on the notification, huh? Wow. But I do a lot of crafting content. I do some art content. Most of my art is mini painting. As you see today, we are currently painting Scotty the Barbarian. She's the lead singer for Tainted Mithril, a band created by Twin Goddess Minis. They have a upcoming Kickstarter that is going to be called Bardic Beatdown. You can ! Scotty for more info. Scotty is spelled Sakdi, as in the Norse goddess. Yeah, but we're having fun painting her. I am currently working on getting her skin tone laid down. And then I will be moving on to other things. But skin tone is kind of where we're finishing for the day. Earlier today, we did her underpainting, which is all of the highlights that you see, which will help keep natural highlights under the paint. It's a very subtle technique that you can do that will lend itself really well to giving you pre-done highlights. And especially if you're using contrast paints or very thin paints, it helps quite a bit. So right now I am just working on getting her skin tone laid down, and then we will be hanging out while I transfer the remainder of the paint for her skin to a wet palette, because I custom mix my stuff off my wet palette and then add the paint to it once I have the exact color I want to save space and allow me room to mix, because mixing on a flat surface for me is kind of difficult. But yeah, no, we're just kind of hanging out. We're painting. We're having fun. Twin Goddess is my favorite mini company. They've asked me to paint Scotty as part of the Kickstarter. I'm very excited about it. My goal is to get this done here in the next week or two and be able to send it to them, because I would like to gift them this mini. It is their design, but it is my paint. I'd like to send it to them, let them have this one. I'll paint another one for myself along with the rest of the band at a later date. After the Kickstarter, obviously, because I only have the files for Scotty. We will be paying into the Kickstarter. If they have a merchant tier, we'll be paying into it at the merchant tier to be able to sell prints of that whole thing. It's going to be very, very cool. It's even going to come with a module as to how to do a battle of the bands with their own rule set. It's going to be real cool.
right now I am just working on getting, like I said, her skin tone laid down. Skin tones, because it is the closest part of the mini, I always try to paint minis from the inside out. So I always start at the skin layer and then work up from there, because it makes it really easy to correct mistakes, which I've already had a couple of, so. I'm trying real hard to keep my headlamp out of frame. I paint with a gigantic set of magnifying glasses, basically, that attach to my head that have a light on the front, so that I can see the pieces of the mini better, and that it's easier. It makes it easier for me to paint, and I also have an extra lighting source. Give me 1 second. I got a message I gotta check. Okay, cool. Twitch has a lot of very cool stuff coming out today, apparently. As predicted in a couple of spaces, they just dropped partner exclusivity clauses. Not at all surprised, because I know from what I've heard, next month there's going to be a humongous change to the partner program. I know that a lot of people are hinting at it. No one has said exactly what's happening thus far, because nothing has been completely confirmed by Twitch. But there have been leaks about big changes coming to the partner program. Well, I mean, I don't know, because I'm not a partner, but I know that there were some serious exclusivity things. Like if you had something on, if you're a partner and you put out content on Twitch, there's like a time period before you are allowed to create content for other platforms that is the same content. Like if it's on, like you can't upload it to YouTube for several days, like that kind of thing. So well, I mean, I'm going to have to go look at all of the exact details, but I don't know what a partner contract looks like, because I'm not a partner and likely never will be, so I've given up on that dream. I don't know. Twitch has a lot of rules in their partner program. I don't know all of them, because again, I'm not a partner, so. There's also the rumor that the 70-30 split that some partners were able to negotiate for themselves is going away. But I don't know. I don't have all the details. I don't know exactly what they're doing.
Well, see, that's the whole thing, right? I think that's part of the dropping the exclusivity is it's going to be, well, now you can make content and get paid wherever you want. What I'm doing now, like I said, I'm putting the second coat of paint on, but I'm not laying this coat down even near as thick as the first one was, and the first one wasn't that thick. I am kind of really just touching the paint to the spots where the paint is a little thin still, and I can still see the gray through it. I really want stuff like her muscle definition, the shadows, the highlights. I want everything to be there like it was previously, without any paint on it, because the more paint you put on a mini, the more details you start to lose. Now you're fine. Twitch is Twitch. They've got a lot of stuff going on. Like I said, I've kind of lost all hope at ever being a partner. I'm never going to have the numbers they're looking for. And once I got the Get Good email, after months and months and months of, you're doing great, you're definitely going to be a partner someday. We think what you're doing is awesome. And then to all of a sudden get the Get Good email because all of a sudden they handed it to somebody else. And it was a canned response that very obviously means that allegedly someone's hands touch every partner application. Like someone physically reads it, which means somebody physically looked at 2 seconds of my partner application, saw my numbers and said no, as opposed to actually reading it, because they sent me the canned message that told me tried to teach me how to look at my analytics when I handed them my analytics and all of my stats from 3 different platforms that track that stuff. They're like, here's how to look at your analytics. Like, I sent you my analytics. I told you exactly what my numbers were. You told me that you thought I was approaching a number where you'd be comfortable partnering me anyway because of, a lot of different things, including this award I'm nominated for. And yeah, no, they were just really shitty about it. So at this point, it's not even on my radar anymore. I'm just going to do my thing. I'm going to do my thing. I'm going to hope to get more sponsorships. I'm going to hope that more and more people are going to look at us growing creators with smaller communities, and not think that the check mark is the end all be all for a sponsorship. As a mostly creative streamer, our options are limited. Occasionally we get game deals. For those of us who do some gaming, but it's not a regular thing, right? Sometimes we get brand deals, sometimes we get brand ambassadorships. But with crafting, it's really difficult to do those, because with crafting, it's an industry that is really far behind the times in terms of how growth happens. There are a few companies that understand it, but not many. But, I'm just going to keep doing what I'm doing. I'm going to keep painting stuff like this. I'm going to keep crocheting. I'll keep cross-stitching. I'll keep teaching classes. And we'll hope that the channel grows from there, but it's not going to be a I'm concerned about it thing anymore. I'm kind of just going to do what I want to do when I want to do it. And I am not going to concern myself with the algorithm. I am not going to concern myself with I'm not going to concern myself with the numbers while I'm streaming, because I know what's popular and what's not, but
I'm not going to be beholden to the numbers constantly because it doesn't matter anymore. People will watch or they won't, right? I'm tired of having to worry about like, oh, I'm going to be mini painting. That means the numbers are going to suck because no one ever shows up to those. No, I want a mini paint. I want to paint a mini. So that's what I'm doing. I want to crochet this thing. So that's what I'm doing. I want to cross stitch this thing. So that's what I'm doing. I want to play this game for a couple of weeks. So that's what I'm doing. I'm not worried about it anymore. Also, the details on this mini, I'm still just like squealing over how good they are. They're so, so good, y'all. Like the stitches on the patch, the little breaks in the axe, the different types of studs on both belts. Like both belts have different studs on them. Some of them are square, some of them are round. Aw, yay, Ren. I love that for you. And I do. I try to keep a chill space. I try to keep a relaxed atmosphere here where we all uplift one another, where people learn from their mistakes. You know, I mean, streaming is my only source of income. Well, I should say content creation is my only source of income. Because obviously through streaming, I also have a Kofi, I have a Patreon, that kind of stuff. I teach classes. And I am trying to branch out onto other platforms. I am trying to do more YouTube content, that kind of thing. Unfortunately, right now, I don't have the equipment I need to do a lot of that. Because I would like to be able to detach the camera that I have over my head, but I can't. It's got to be permanently mounted there. There's too big of a risk of it falling because of my hand issues. And I don't want to like be like, oh, I want to do some YouTube content today, so I can't do that until my partner's home because he's the one who has to detach my camera for me so that I don't drop it and break my big expensive DSLR, you know? So it's just, it's trying. It's a lot of work. See, I love that though. I love that people are picking their hobbies back up. Honestly, that's the thing that I am the most proud of with streaming. Is that I have managed to cultivate a community where people feel safe. I'm never going to call it a safe space because I can never guarantee that it's always going to be safe because there's always bad actors that will come in and be ridiculous. Wow, I missed that whole part of her arm right there, y'all. Like, that's her actual arm, and I missed it. I'm like lining it up and totally missed the top of her arm in there. Wow, I'm okay.
You see that big old black stripe in there? Look, here, I'll put my head down so you can see it. You see all that in there? I totally missed that spot. I'm okay. But yeah, I'm really proud of the community that we have built here. And I say we because it takes everybody, you know. It takes good people coming in and staying. It takes, you know, being willing to cut anybody who gets toxic out of the community. And I have had to remove long-term community members. Sometimes I'll just take the brush and get the brush just the littlest bit wet and start moving some paint around to smooth out some of the edges, which is what I'm doing right here. Because there was a couple spots that were bubbled up funny. So I'm just trying to smooth it out a bit. Oh yeah, no, Ren, I get that too. I'm very much the same way with my ADHD. At this point, I don't care if it's getting on the handle because I will be able to go in with it and adjust with a really fine brush in between all of her fingers for like the handle. So as long as her fingers are all the way painted, I'm happy. Also, if I get another mute because of my playlist on Spotify, I'm going to have to go back to Epidemic Sound. I'm starting to get kind of annoyed, y'all, like for real. I am literally using the same playlist that they use for Pretzel Rocks. It's the artist's own private DMCA free channel, and it keeps getting muted. Ren, I believe it. The ADHD diagnosis that I have, I had to get online through an online service because it would have been $850 of my deductible to try to get diagnosed in person. So I went with an online ADHD diagnosis, and it's been great thus far because it's getting treated.
Yeah, exactly. So that's part of why I went with my online thing, because our deductible was so high that it made no sense. It was like $150 for my diagnosis. And it's a real medical ADHD diagnosis. Which, while not inexpensive, is also way cheaper than the $850 I would have been paying. Yeah. Also, with all the changes coming to Twitch, there is a rumor that live DMCA strikes are coming. Not like you posted the VOD with licensed music in it and now you have a DMCA strike. Like, that song literally just played on your channel 10 seconds ago. We're cutting your channel off. Hi, Ripper. Are you okay? Hang on one second. I have to pet a doggo. Hi, Mama. What's up? Or did you get warm and you had to roll over? Hi. Good girl. I have my big giant doggo under my desk. Well, technically, this is my partner's big giant doggo. Hey, baby girl. You kicked Mama's chair. I had to check on you. She's like, ma'am, if you don't leave me alone. I want to find the mix that DJ uses for, not the Pizzle Packs, because I know the Pizzle Packs are on there. But he has one that he uses that's kind of lo-fi, but it's like lo-fi remixes of the Final Fantasy music that is DMCA free. I had it bookmarked and now I can't find it. Or at least I thought I had it bookmarked. I think I might have like shoved it in the wrong spot. Because the bookmark did not save on Spotify. I know it's on Spotify, but I haven't been able to find it. I gotta go dig for it. That's kind of cool. We do like Ghibli music. Right now what I'm doing is I'm kind of going through and I'm just trying to look for spots on her arms, hands, torso, face where the paint is still too thin. Like right in here on her arm, because I missed this spot the first go round, I need to thicken up the paint just a little bit. right here, there's just the littlest bit of gray showing through on her 6-pack, 12-pack. I don't know. She's got abs for days. But yeah, I'm just trying to make sure that I have really good coverage. And there's like little spots where there were bubbles and stuff. Or where the supports didn't get quite filed all the way down. I think I'm going to make those like little freckles and stuff. I think I'm going to give her much more defined freckles this go round. It's not just going to be her cheeks. I think I'm going to do all over freckles. And I'm going to use some of those spots as like kickoff points as to where to put the larger ones, with clusters of smaller ones around it. I think I'm just going to give her all the damn freckles. Like me, I have all the freckles. My shoulders are very, very freckled, y'all. Yeah, if you don't mind, I mean, just shoot it to me in a DM and I will double check it. And if you want to pop it into chat so people can check it out, that's fine too. You can post links as a VIP. Thank you. I'll check that out after stream. And if that is it, we might try that music tomorrow. The thing is, you know, Spotify is significantly less expensive than Epidemic Sound is. And Spotify I can use off platform as a way to have my own music and playlists of popular music as well. Epidemic Sound you can't. Epidemic Sound is just DMCA free music. However, theirs comes with a guarantee of no DMCAs or mutes on every single platform you have content on. That's the difference with Epidemic Sound, is they don't do any kind of DMCA available music. Everything on their service is DMCA free and royalty free. But, and the big but, is that you're paying the premium for it to be for content creation and not for just listening. That's the big trade-off. It's fine, Sam. I mean, thank you for even going to look. You saved me some time. And if that's not it, I will have a jumping off point for searching later. Because like I said, this afternoon I have some Sims content I need to work on. And then I have to get some stuff planted for my countertop garden. All right. Enjoy your lurk. Thank you for being here. Tacos sound delicious right about now. I'm actually super hungry. I'm for real going to eat once I get a little bit home. I didn't eat dinner last night. I just had some boiled eggs. I wasn't super hungry last night because, like I said, my stomach's been really weird and really upset for like a day and a half. Just everything is making me nauseous and I don't know why. I guess of her skin color on her jeans, random, in like the weirdest spot. It's like right here in the fold of her pants. I guess I'm just gonna have to paint over that. Yeah, right now, like I said, I'm just going over everything. I'm looking for tiny little spots where the paint might be just a little too thin, or tiny little lines where I didn't get close enough to, like this armband right here. We're trying to make sure that she has full coverage over everywhere her skin is showing before we move on to the next color. Wow, I didn't get anything up under this arm. I thought I did. kind of one of those go over it with a fine tooth comb, only I'm going over it with a fine point brush. Kind of the same thing. Yeah, I fully missed that whole spot. And again, that's kind of why it's important to do this, right? Is to go over it real slow, make sure you got everything. Because later on, when you go over these spots and to touch them up and to wash them, and to get like fine detail work done, if you've missed that spot, now all of a sudden you're starting from square one again. Right? Like now all of a sudden you are starting from behind, because now you have to go back in and try to get those spots without hitting the spot that you're working on. And it is not always easy. So I am a huge, huge believer in taking your time, going over spots multiple times as needed, turning the mini every which way as many times as you need to. And then just continuously adding thin layers every time you see a spot that is not quite finished. And you gotta let them dry between layers. You can't just like cake it on layer after layer after layer while the paint is wet, because that won't work either. That'll just make your mini cakey and weird. Artist.io. Okay, I'll check that one out too. Like I said, the draw of Epidemic Sound was their guarantee. And in the, 18 or so months that I used their service, never had a DMCA strike. Not a single one. Not a mute, not a strike. Nowhere across the board. And I will say I'm currently using one of the Redgrass Games brushes. I bought one of each of their main size of brush when I bought my palette, my wet palette, and my painting mat and stuff, which I can't use the painting mat on stream because my camera wants to focus on the mat, not the mini over it. Because yay. I don't love the brushes. I mean, they're great. They're okay. I won't say they're great. For me, they're not great. They have split pretty bad, and I've been very, very careful with them. I've been very, very cautious with them. So, but they have started to split really bad. So. They're great for the first couple of pieces, and then after that, they haven't been, and it makes me kind of sad because I expected them to be better quality than this. So again, that's where I go back to. I use regular ass, paintbrushes from the art store. Any brushes that have been specifically for minis, I haven't loved. I do much better with actual artist brushes. And it might be user error. It might just be the way that I paint. But yeah, actually, I have one sitting right in front of me. It's
That's the main one I've been using, is a Princeton. Though this one's getting a little bit beat up, but this one I've been using for over a year.
All right, I'm giving her one last go over. I'm trying to be very cautious of seeing what is an actual shadow and what is an actual space where the gray is showing through and the black primer is showing through, and what's actually just tricks of the eye from shadows. Yeah, the main brushes I use right now are my Princetons, and I'm probably going to be getting some more because they just seem to work the best for me. My phone just pinged at me. Hold, please. My phone is not supposed to ping while I am streaming unless something is going on. Hold on. Okay. Cool. I have stuff coming from Furls that I did not order, so I'm going to guess they are sending me a couple of things, because they never did send the pride hooks, but I think it's because there was just absolute chaos going on for them at that point. So they're sending me some really cool stuff that I'm not allowed to taco about yet. And I am getting together with them next month. I don't know the date yet, and I told her she did not have any need to get back to me until she gets back from vacation. She had the CEO had an impromptu vacation come up, and with how busy she's been this summer, I don't blame her. Oh, hello. What was that? Why do I keep getting pings of people sending me stuff? Ah, okay, cool. My shop app just keeps pinging right next to me. It's like, wait a minute. It's the same order, just with the details of the order. One of them was the tracking number, and the other one was the details of the order. All right, I think we're in a good place with her right now in terms of being able to see through the paint or not see through the paint. So I think I'm going to let her dry. We're going to leave her where she's at. I'm going to take my headlamp off because it's been squishing my face. We're going to go over here to my chatty screen. We're going to take the down cam off so everyone can actually see my face. Hi. So this is what I look like when I paint. Only this light is usually on and this light is super duper bright. But this is why I don't have my face on camera when I'm painting. I look ridiculous. Also, this thing squishes into my forehead to stay on, and I end up with a big imprint of it on my face. Let me turn the brightness down on these. Ooh, hello, that is the wrong button. I'm going to turn the brightness down on my lights just a little bit so my face doesn't get as washed out as it is right now. And I'm going to grab my wet palette and I'm going to transfer that paint while we chit-chat for a few minutes. I just have to get my wet palette because it's on the other side of the room. BRB. Ripley, am I going to roll over your paws? No, good, okay. You don't have to get up. You're fine, doggo. Mommy is just getting her palette. Double checking what's in the palette. Okay, there is stuff in the palette, so I do need to switch it out. Let me grab my paper. Well, where is the paper for my wet palette? Is it in this cart? It is in the cart. Okay, cool. Cool. I was real worried there for a second. Thank you. But yeah, no, it looks ridiculous after a while with that. And oh my god, this paint stinks so bad because it's been in here for so long. It is time to change this paper. All right, where is my Garbo bag? Is this Garbo? No, this is not my garbage bag. Where's my little garbage bag that was right here? I don't know, but this one's gonna have to do. Come here. I recycle all my like old Walmart bags and stuff into garbage bags, as everyone should be doing. If you don't use reusable bags, which I do try to do because they charge us for, we have a bag tax around here. But if you don't, you can always recycle them into garbage bags and all sorts of other stuff. I use them for like my hair and stuff too. Like when I'm coloring my hair, I will put like a I'll put a shower cap on it and wrap it in a towel and then wrap it around with a plastic bag, and it'll keep the heat in. Okay. This sponge stinks. So I am going to take this one out of here, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the other one in, and I'm going to go wash this one after stream. It's getting a little musty, so it probably just needs to be washed, which is nice because these ones can be washed. But I have to get the other one, which is back behind me, so I'm rolling again. That I do know where it is. So they shrink up like this when they start to dry, and then when you get them wet, they expand. So I'm going to lay this in here, and I'm going to get it wet. I'm going to let it expand for a second, and then we'll lay the paper down on it, and then we will transfer this paint over, and then we'll figure out some place to go hang out. Yep, we use them for picking up dog food or dog poo. We use them for all sorts of stuff. But I know so many people who don't. I know so many people that just like take them and then they're like, oh no, this is garbage now. And I'm like, no, please reuse that shit. Okay, that's probably too much water in here, but it's fine. I need to give this thing a chance to expand because I don't want to lose this paint. So how's everyone doing? How's everyone's day? It looks like I'm going to be spoiled for choice as to where to raid. I have 49 people that I'm following online right now. Oh, I know where I'm going though, so there we go. Cool. Cool. I'm just giving this thing a second to expand, and then I'm going to dump the excess water out of it. And then I'm going to put the fresh, paper on it. Right? I do, if we get too much stuff, I do try to take them back to the store because most stores have a space now where you can recycle your bags. So basically I filled this thing up with water, put this in, it all shrank, let it soak up as much of it as I could. And now I'm laying this back in here, and now it's all expanded, so now it's the size of the tray. Wet pallets are very cool, y'all. My other one, just the palette itself kind of stinks, so I think it just needs to get washed because it's had paint in there for a minute. So I'm just going to go clean the membrane just to be sure that it's not getting moldy or gross or anything. Because, hey, guess what? With the red grass ones, you can actually clean them. So with wet palettes, what you do is you take, most of them have proprietary paper. If you do not have a brand's proprietary paper, like I really don't like the Masters is the other big brand. I don't like their paper at all. I use parchment paper with that one. Parchment paper is a really good substitute for wet palette paper as necessary. And then you just lay the paper on top of the membrane and you basically just rub it down really well. You want to make sure that it's smoothed out, that it's attached to, that it is attached to the membrane itself. Some of them are a sponge. They call theirs a membrane. And then you just lay the paper down on top of it. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to scoop all of this paint that I was just using for her skin out. And I'm going to put it right dead center there so I can keep it safe. And there's not a ton left of that paint. It's, ooh, hi, that's really blown out. It's what's in this, let me see if I can shadow. It's what's in this cup right here. My white balance is going a little bonkers right now, so. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to scoop all of what's left in here out. And there's not a ton, but there's a decent amount. There's enough for me to be able to do touch-ups as needed. And I'm going to put it right in the center where the paper is least likely to dry out. And I'll be able to hold on to that paint for touch-ups and what have you as we go. It'll also help if I do end up needing to remix more. I'll have a good look at what the paint looks like. And for this particular project, the wet palette is specifically going to be for any colors that I have to custom mix. Anything that I'm using directly out of the bottle, like tomorrow when I'm working on her jeans and I'm going to be using just the straight up Wraith Black that I have, not even going to mess with the wet palette for it. I am just going to put a little bit at a time in the palette and use it. And every time I need to refresh it, use some more. Same with any of the other base colors. The palette for this particular project is literally just going to be for anything I need to custom mix to try to save me some space on the palette because we are going to be using a few different colors. So, you know. And there you go. I know it's hard to see because it's doing the thing. At that angle, you can kind of see where it is. And I'm just going to seal this up. So you put the lid back on it, and then this one has like an elastic strap that goes around it. And there you go. One wet palette prepped and ready to go for tomorrow if I need it. And I'll just set it down here nice and flat on the cart of paint that I have out. I'm going to be washing this other membrane. And yeah, there's our girl. She's all started. I'm super excited. Tomorrow we'll be working on hair and jeans. I might do the jeans as a warm-up just because it's super easy because it's just one color. But there we go. I am going to do her boots like I did the ruff on the collar for the owlkin, the Christmas owlkin that I painted, where I'm going to do a reverse dry brush. So instead of it working up from the darkest color to the light, I'm going to make it look like wolf fur, where it's darker at the tips and white at the base. So those are going to get painted white, but then when I dry brush, they're going to get dry brushed gray with little hints of silver in it. It's going to be a really, really cool effect. I'm very excited about it. But let me get us out of here. We're going to go raid Eugenio. I love Jazzy. He is a wonderful bean. I miss him. I haven't gotten to raid him in a while because I haven't been streaming this late. But that's where we're going to go for the day. Be sure to come through later. Cypher's going to be streaming some Saints Row tonight. as a sponsored stream. So obviously we always try to help out our friends who are streamers who have sponsored stuff. We show up for them. Both Stephen Val and Urban Bohemian all have sponsorship stuff later this week on Friday and Saturday. Make sure you're coming through for folks. Do your best. But yeah, I'm gonna get us out of here. We're gonna raid Jazzy. I'm gonna go get the kid. Yeah, and I'm gonna go from there. Thank you all for being here. Y'all are great. Today has been a lot of fun. Jazzy is playing Cult of the Lamb, so you know, it's a great game. I will catch everybody back here tomorrow. Look for me around 9 a.m. again. Hopefully I will be up on time and not running late again. So it'll be a little bit more level-headed and chill, but we'll see. Y'all are great. Be nice, be kind. Jazzy's pronouns are he, him. I'm going to hit my ending button, and we're going to get out of here. Thanks, y'all. Oh, yeah, raid call. I have that. I actually have to hit the raid buttons. I need to do that. My raid call is #PandaParty with my hype emotes. If you don't have them, use whatever hype, hello, or howdy emotes you have. If you don't have mine, but you do have Jazzy's, use his. And yeah, I'll see everybody in the morning. I'm Midwesterning goodbye again. So I'm going to go. Bye.